And welcome. It is RambleCast time. We have a March 18th. That's the day. We're here. It's a Thursday. Unusual for a RambleCast.
I know, it feels weird.
Um,
I'm trying to open the chat. This is a struggle every time.
And hello to Austin. Good to see you here. Let's see. It looks like it's quiet so far. And yes, Corbin is coming to us from his new apartment.
Woo!
In a city that is at least a little bit less insane, one hopes.
One hopes. And
So we keep assuming.
stuff. Yeah, I'd like that. But yeah, I'm trying to make a office space where normal people would put a dining room table. Still a work in progress. The cables are still a mess. I'd like to put something behind here. That'd be cool. Also just got random stuff on the shelves right now to get it off the floor so I could let the Roomba go crazy.
The good old Roomba.
Yeah, there was an ungodly amount of styrofoam pieces all over this place from assembling all this furniture.
Oh, okay, so I don't usually have styrofoam involved in my moves or anything. And I gotta admit, when it comes to furniture, I'm actually, weirdly, while I'm not a hoarder by any stretch of the imagination, I do have a bad habit of kind of not throwing stuff away as quickly as I could or should. But I am a bit of a furniture minimalist. I actually don't pack a bunch of furniture into my places. So, yeah, I never really run across that particular problem, but yeah, for assorted reasons, I can't really use a Roomba in the house I'm in now, and it drives me crazy. Like one of the things I wish I could do most is just get a Roomba going and let it just go ham on. Well, I'd have to segment it off for different rooms in this place. It'd be a bit too much floor space, but yeah, I would love to just let a Roomba go in here. And vacuum is such a pain in the ass. Yeah,
it is. But yeah, like so all the styrofoam was from like furniture I bought because I didn't bring a lot with me because I didn't have a lot just of my own. So got these shelves, got the desk that this is on. I need to find a couch, but that's not something I can put into my car. So yeah, so I need to order that and have people on a big truck bring it to me. But yeah, it's taken longer than I thought it would to get fully up and running again.
It always does.
Yeah, like I didn't sign up for internet until I got here, which was Friday. And then like that night I was like, okay, I have a little bit of free time. I'll order whatever AT&T garbage is available. And then they said they would ship the modem I think it was like 2 days or overnight or something. But they did not. I guess no one's home on the weekends. So I didn't actually get internet until 2 days ago.
Oof.
Yeah, so I was tethering from a AT&T SIM, but for some reason, whatever bands they use just does not penetrate this building at all. So I was getting like, I had the phone like on the window plugged in, and it was still not getting great reception. So I had like 3 megabytes per second downloaded. It was a little bit rough.
No, I've been there.
Yeah. But no, and so I finally got internet. I think AT&T sent me the oldest modem they had in their warehouse. It's like over there. It's from like 2011 or 2012.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I turned off all the Wi-Fi networks on that and plugged in my Eero. So now I've got that running.
I've got images in my head of the back of that modem having 10100 written on the Ethernet port.
Yeah. Well, I was having like a struggle with it too, because like, so they sent me the box, like the do it yourself kit. I'm like, okay, I can probably do this. I know what modems are. And it comes and I plug it in, and then I'm like, where does the internet come out of? Where's the internet hole? So I was like, okay, I see a coax port on like in the living room. Like, okay, maybe that's it. I plug it in, it gets nothing. Well, no, I'm sorry. First I see the coax port. I'm like, oh, they didn't give me a coax cable. So I go to Target, I get the cable, come back, plug it in the wall, there's nothing. And then there's another coax in the bedroom. I'm like, that's kind of weird to have the internet come out of the bedroom, but I don't know, maybe. Plug it in, there's nothing. I'm like, oh, it's DSL. So then I use the DSL cable that they included. First I try the bedroom, that doesn't do anything. And I'm like, where the hell does the internet come out of? And finally, it's in the fucking kitchen. Like where like the phone, you know, like the landline phone would be in the before times. So I've got like a green like internet cable running down and then behind this cabinet so I can not have the modem just like in the kitchen next to my oven.
Ouch.
Yeah. So that was a fun adventure. But now I have internet, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's something. It's a lot of something to that story. No, I remember having a few issues like that. Though fortunately I was never on DSL. I've always had either the virtue of cable or other types of connections. Somehow I've never ended up on DSL though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like, it seems fine. And of course, because I'm the only one here, you know, it's not like, the issues I was having before where other people would be using up the available bandwidth. I did see supposedly Spectrum is available here, and on their website they say they have like gigabit available. But again, I don't know, you know, they do everything they can to try to obscure information. So they say like up to, so I don't know if what that really means. So I need to go talk to people around here and ask what they have and what kind of speeds they're getting. I don't think I agreed to a contract for AT&T, but I'm not sure.
AT&T does have an interesting way of not necessarily making it obvious when you sign stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure it's I'm sure it's ripping me off somehow. So yeah, if it turns out they have those speeds and the prices aren't too bad, I'll probably switch at some point. I just don't know enough about Spectrum, so I need to do a little bit more digging.
Yeah, when I lived in Vegas, it was one of those actually wonderful scenarios. Mostly, Vegas has Cox cable, and that is without question one of the greatest providers at that time. I've heard things have gotten bad since, but at the time they were just unbelievably good. So, you know, like maybe once every year or two, They would just upgrade speeds, wouldn't raise prices. Everything was pretty great. Right up until you cancel with them. If you rented a modem, you'd have to go return it. They had one physical location in all of Las Vegas to return it, and for reasons that never made any sense, the wait time to return a modem was like 40 minutes. It was like going to the DMV. and I'm
just like drop it off.
Yeah, it's like, why can't we just could we send this in? Like, I'm willing to pay $10 shipping or whatever to send this in instead of waiting 40 minutes in your offices while tons of people slowly get to return their modems. And yeah, it was the slowest experience. It was dumb, but oh my god, the internet was great though. Their customer service was really good. The installation sometimes was a slow gambit, but honestly, it was no different than what I've heard of any other company doing. It was either better or no worse, I should say, which is not saying much. That's actually saying a lot of bad, but it, better or no worse is still the best there is. So,
yeah, all ISPs are just, it's not a question of if they're bad, it's how bad.
Yeah.
Unless you're one of the lucky few who get to live somewhere where there's like municipal own internet,
which is kind of what I'm on now. I mean, it's not technically municipal. It's this weird thing where the power company owns the ISP, and they treat it kind of like a I mean, imagine something that's sort of a hybrid of municipal and damn it, what's it called? A utility. An actual utility as opposed to the way that they,
because internet isn't a utility. That's silly.
It should be, yes. Thank you to all the a-holes who made that not true.
So I just got a tornado watch until 9, so
yay.
Yay, fun.
So yeah, since you mentioned this to me before we went live, but just stating it for the rest of the world, in case Corbin suddenly drops off, he did not rage quit. He's just running for his life as a tornado or power outage makes him unavailable.
Yeah. And okay. Yeah, that is my county. Good times. Okay.
But yeah, anyway. What was I just gonna say?
Sorry about internet.
Yeah, I know. I had a thought in my head and it required a little bit more of something. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I lost it, but yeah, ISPs are brutal. Oh yeah, my local internet. Yeah, the price isn't wonderful, which, if you're dealing with a large company, I assume the mere fact of scaling makes their prices better, or can be better. If they decide to compete, they can be better. But our internet reliability is mostly good. So yeah, aside from the fact that the speeds kind of suck versus the price, it's at least okay. It's stable. That's better than what I can say for the last thing I was on, which was it wasn't Dish, but it was sort of like it, and it was awful, absolutely horrendous. So I'm glad to at least have stable internet.
Yeah, and yeah. So far this is stable, so that's nice. But I was hoping that wouldn't be an issue, because again, I have the Eero acting as like all the access points, and they have a lot of range, and I'm in 1-bedroom apartment now, so reception is not an issue, at least.
Hmm. So, in general, you're digging the new place, though?
Yes. I don't want to jinx myself. Um, and also like it's better than what I was expecting, but also I'm still paying a lot. So if it wasn't better than I was expecting, I guess I would maybe feel ripped off. Like I mean, I'm still feeling a little bit ripped off because like very little is covered in the actual rent itself. So it's kind of like I don't know what I'm paying all this money for every month if it doesn't include the trash or the water or any utilities or yeah.
Okay. Now I expect an apartment to not come with or to require you to pay for power.
Right.
If you have gas, usually gas too. And I reasonably not surprised by water. That one's kind of hit and miss with apartments, but it doesn't cover trash.
No,
Really?
yeah. It's really weird.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I've honestly
and also,
never heard of an apartment that has you pay for trash separately.
Yeah. And also, you have to fit whatever trash you want picked up inside their like microscopic trash can they gave me. So, but okay, so here's the weird part is that they gave me the tiny trash can that fits like one average size trash bag.
Mm-hmm.
But they pick it up almost every day of the week. So now I've just got like a little bit of like an overflow right now from all the styrofoam and cardboard that I've got to break down. Like I'm gonna have to cut up the cardboard to make it fit in one of those trash cans,
Yeah,
or at
it's
least
not that
bend it a lot. So once I get rid of this overflow, that shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, it is like a little like I don't know what the base rent is supposed to cover.
So isn't there like a dumpster somewhere on premise that you could?
If there is, I don't know about it.
I would look around for that.
Yeah, there's probably somewhere.
Okay, so they gave you a little trash can, and I assume that means what? You just put it outside of your door?
Yeah, and someone comes and takes the bag out and chucks it in a truck.
Okay. Yeah, that's very different from any of the places I've stayed. All of the places I've been, they just have a dumpster, like at least one dumpster within short walking distance of every apartment, and everyone just has to walk their trash out to that dumpster. Which, that like being in Vegas, that was totally okay. No one cared that they had to walk outside and travel for 30 seconds walking.
Yeah, so it is a little bit weird, and of course hoping that this is a good enough space for me to work several hours a day, without any issues, because like now I need to do that.
Yeah.
Now that I have to pay to live. Yay, capitalism.
Yeah, my sympathies, because I've definitely had that thought before. I need to actually clock hours no matter what.
Yeah. Do I want to eat this month or no?
Hey, there's more of a story to it than I'll get into, but there were about 2 months of me living in Vegas where there was that definite, I need to have a solution within 2 months. Like, it's gonna have to happen like now.
Yeah. Austin said maybe the new Google Cloud Center in Durham will bring Google Fiber. Yeah, I saw they just announced, I think today, Google's building like an engineering hub in Durham, which is like, I'm like halfway between Raleigh and Durham. So, like, pretty close.
Okay, but is Google Fiber still actually rolling out to new cities?
I don't think I'll get Google Fiber. Um, yeah, I don't know what Fiber's up to these days.
Oh, okay. Well, at least one site says that they just launched to new areas in Austin, which I think they were already in Austin, so that's just technically an expansion. I don't know if they're opening in new cities.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I mean, yeah, like I'm pretty far from the Durham like city center, so I don't expect. And I'm sure Google will just get some industrial fiber laid, and for their building and call it a day. Well, why is my phone going crazy? Okay, a lot of emails.
I was really confused for a second. I was looking down at my phones like, hey, I don't see any sign that any of them just went off.
I'm gonna put mine on Do Not Disturb. And where's the icon? Okay. All right. Also, first thing we can talk about, if you don't have anything super interesting, is, let me put it in RambleCast.
I do have at least one topic, but that can come later. There's certainly no rush.
Yeah. So this is, I'm not sure if you saw this, but Intel just launched a new marketing campaign, basically pitting PCs against Mac, and they have Justin Long, who was the I'm a Mac guy in the old commercials, alongside I forgot the other person's name.
The guy who played the PC.
Yeah.
Damn it, I do know it, but it's not coming to me.
I saw him in Community too. He was excellent.
Oh yeah. I really like Justin Long in some of his movies.
Oh, it was John Hodgman.
John Hodgman, yes.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, Justin Long. So he's doing advertising for Intel now, and they did it. I saw at least one video ad, and basically it was just him like picking up a 2-in-1, and it was like flipping it between laptop and tablet, and then he picks up the Mac and he's like, oh, this is just a laptop, and then someone hands him like the iPad and then the keyboard for the iPad and then the stylus, which is like, yeah, that's funny. And now Intel has a Apple M1 versus Intel page on their website, which I put in Discord, and I also tried to post it in YouTube chat. I might still be blocked from posting links, but it's got to be so hard for Intel to come up with any advantages. Like, they're really trying their best.
Well, okay, yeah. I don't know if this is quite where you intended this to go, but I will say one of the things that drives me a little bit crazy is that Intel made the mistake that I was saying that I thought they were going to make, which is they become sort of irrelevant in the consumer space. I mean, if you're running server, or if your main focus is on business, which right now it seems like that is what Intel is trying to cater to.
Yeah.
If that's your main or focus, man, people just stop caring about you, and as people stop caring about you, that trickles into business. And that's what I feel is happening right now, no matter what. And I know Intel's, yes, has some product issues that they definitely have to work through too. But yeah, I don't think that they're doing the right things.
No, like Intel has it was interesting, now they're starting to try to adapt x86 to work a little bit more like ARM. Like they sell CPUs for laptops now that have like faster cores and less powerful cores, and they try to balance it like ARM does. But again, like Windows is not optimized for that yet. Like that's one of the issues with like the Snapdragon Windows laptops, and also I might end up still buying a Pinebook Pro, which is like an ARM Linux laptop. But one of the common complaints I keep seeing with it is that Linux apps don't know how to use the right cores. They just use all of them because like that's how desktop operating systems have worked for decades, is use all of the cores we have. So Intel's trying to adapt that a little bit, and I hope Windows and Linux gets better at that, because I would like I would like more competition there, because Qualcomm isn't really going to be competition for a while.
No. So on a very related note, I've been getting these like job listings emails, just, you know, the regular like, hey, such and such is looking to hire people for this or that. Anyway, Intel has been hunting really hard for, let me get this on screen, for a software engineer, actually several software engineering roles, but it's predominantly a marketing role. Like it's a software engineer who basically works with the marketing department to develop like tech demos of various features, and it's all aimed at partners. The main focus is to attract various partner companies. It's still not aimed at consumer market, which okay, you know, I fully get that. That makes sense. But I don't know, something about it seems weird that all they're really doing is hunting for people who can, I guess hunting for marketing is the way to say it.
Yeah, this kind of advertising has always been weird to me. Like I was getting the same vibe when I was trying to figure out how. So Qualcomm did a thing a couple weeks ago where they started a new, they called it an insider program.
Oh yes.
And it was essentially just a new consumer marketing campaign for Qualcomm chips. And it was like branding, like, this is what phones with Snapdragon chips can do. Look at the new Snapdragon chips. You know, look at the companies we're working with. And it's very weird to me because like Qualcomm is not making the final product and Intel's not making the final product. So it's almost like, I don't like, it gives me the same vibe as if like every car commercial like only focused on the engine and just nothing else. Like it
yeah.
I don't know. It's just it's weird, and I question how effective a lot of this advertising is, especially when, like, you know, you're telling people to look for like Intel, but Intel means a lot of things, right? Intel makes giant workstation CPUs that need the world's largest cooler to keep running, and they also make really bad netbook chips, and there's a lot of in between. So I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not a marketing person, so maybe they're targeting this in a way where it's translating to sales, more sales than I would imagine. But it is a little bit weird, especially this campaign where like they tried to showcase what Intel can do, and it's like sort of because of Intel, but also like unrelated factors. Like they talk about how a lot of Intel PCs or laptops have like what, okay, so like on this first image on this page, they say PCs have full screen touch. I don't think that's not on Intel, I don't think. Like maybe they do a little bit of graphics drivers work to make sure that functions okay.
Yeah, I think that actually might be something they have more involvement in. I could be wrong.
Wow. Is there like a squirrel or something on my...
that was an interesting sound.
What?
Okay. I don't hear anything, so I'm assuming nothing got too destroyed.
No, she just like ate the blinds. There must have been a squirrel or something.
Ah.
So I'm on ground level.
But yeah, I see what you I see what you mean. There's definitely kind of a they're taking credit for a few things that maybe they have some involvement in, but probably not much.
Yeah, and like I don't know. This just reeks of like a lot of the big selling point they're going like. Okay, so their main points are with PC you get more form factors, which is that's good.
Yeah,
that's what I'll
critical.
go for.
That's a valid
Yeah.
argument.
Granted.
Though I don't know how much intel necessarily has to do with that beyond. I mean, they have some involvement in that.
Yeah.
But
And also, like, I've never used a 2-in-1 PC where I really want to use it in the tablet mode often.
right.
Maybe that's just because, like, I mostly type for a living, so I'm not in the tablet mode any of the time when I'm trying to get work done. But Windows on touch is still a little bit not great.
Yeah, no desktop operating system is very good at touch.
No. And then they try to do a little bit of jab at the Apple Touch Bar, which might be going away soon, right?
Oh, it's almost guaranteed going away.
Yeah. So they showed off the Asus ZenBook Duo 14, which has like a second screen on top of the keyboard, which is even more of a gimmick than the Touch Bar, I think.
Okay, so you're talking to maybe the wrong person for this, because I actually like the touch bar. I'm not saying that it's perfect. I do think that it is the wrong implementation for something that is a good idea. And by that I mean, I think that having a touch surface like that is a fantastic tool. It is something that we definitely should have. But a single long strip may not have really been the best way to go with it.
So if you had your choice, it would probably be closer to this.
More similar. Well, I want to say more similar to what they're showing off in this picture, which, look, I'll say this. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, I kind of want to try it. I'm not saying that it would be good.
Yeah.
But I want to try it. It looks neat. I do see some problems with it, not least of which is the fact that they're showing a stylus using it on the on that one corner, and all I can think is, man, I would not want to try to rest my palm anywhere near that and have to reach over the keys to use a stylus on that portion. That part sucks. However,
yeah.
And this is why I can confidently say I think Apple's solution with the touch bar is not great, and I think the better solution is to make the trackpad your touch surface. I mean, it already is a touch surface, but give it a stylus, give it the ability to switch modes and have a screen behind it. Because the trackpad is also already glass, so you might as well just put a screen behind it, or a display. Yeah. So, and then you have a surface that you actually want to use a stylus on. That's actually, you don't have to like reach your arm out over top of a keyboard to get to. So, yeah, I like what the ZenBook is doing here. I want to try it, but I don't think it's the best solution either.
Yeah, and then they point to some other benchmarks, which I'm sure are twisting data in some extent, because that's what every single company does.
Yeah, Intel's
when they do stuff like this.
For it.
Like every PC or like every Chromebook where they say up to 12 hours. No, you're not getting 12 hours. Like that would be like the Chromebook is sitting on a table with nothing open on the absolute lowest brightness. It's like stuff like that every time.
Yeah. Wait, 12 hours. I see 10 hours, 12 minutes.
Oh, I was just making up a number
Okay.
for Chromebooks. Yeah, because that's every time I had to write a post about some sale on a Chromebook, the Amazon page or whatever would always be like, "Oh, up to 12 hours of battery life." I'm like, "No, that's that's not true. No, that's never true."
Oh, and actually, now that I see it, it's 10 hours, 12 minutes for the MacBook Air M1 and 10 hours, 6 minutes for an Acer Swift 5 Intel Core i7, which, yeah, these are kind of bullshit. I also want to add, and I know that this is such a redundant point to make and obvious to any sane person, but these times are completely freaking meaningless to Intel, or the Apple M1 for that matter. They don't actually have real meaning, because the battery size in each of these laptops is almost guaranteed different. And any laptop, it's different. They put different size batteries in them. So, you know, it's like Motorola used to sell some of its phones as, I don't remember the names, but we'll just say the Motorola 3. I'm just totally making up a name. But then they would also sell the Motorola 3 Max, I think was the name. It was literally the exact same phone, but with a larger battery built in. I'm sorry, but if Intel has if there's a company out there selling a laptop with a double-sized battery, Intel can't brag about that. You can't claim that. And like and then they go on to say a PC supports as many as 3 4K screens. That's going to be dicey on an Ultrabook. I'm not even sure. Hold on. Intel actually has numbers for this on their website. I'm curious. Yeah, I'm seeing this now, and yeah, that's some shady stuff.
And then they say only one with an M1 Mac. I mean, that's so the M1 Mac, I guess, can only do one external display, but supposedly that's going to change within a few months.
Yes.
Right, as soon as they have like the next tier of Apple Silicon Macs that are supposed to have real Thunderbolt and more processing lanes.
I don't remember for sure what their plan was. It's either an M1 Pro or an M2. I think it's an M1 Pro is supposed to be pushing it to 2 displays, and then I know that the M2 is depending on how they name these, but the M2 or whatever the following generation is going to be is supposed to push another display.
Because I think the next product they're trying to replace is like the iMac or the Mac Pro, maybe both.
It's the iMac.
Because I did see the iMac Pro just got discontinued.
Yeah, which from what I understand, that it was a neat device, but it sold like butt.
Yeah, well, it was just a like, we need to make people happy right now, and we don't want to refresh our Mac Pro, so let's just make this like kind of halfway.
Yeah, basically.
Thing. Yeah.
Well, they were experimenting with a lot of stuff with that one, because they did put in a better screen than any of the other iMacs had. They did they did a few other upgrades to iMacs that really were like good ideas, but you know, it wasn't exactly the right product, and it was definitely not the right price. So yeah, the iMac Pro just didn't travel well.
So I went to Dell's website and picked the newest Dell XPS 13, which is like $1,000, so kind of same-ish range as the M1 MacBook, and that has a i5 1135G7 processor. And then I put that into Intel's Arc website that has all the specs, and it says it can do 4 displays.
Sure.
So, but yeah, this has the Iris Xe graphics. So, well, it's not leaving a lot of headroom for like any graphical processing at all.
And that's what I was just going to harp on is right now, an M1 looks bad because there's no such thing as an external graphics card. Whereas when you're talking about Intel here, let's be honest, very few people want to use the Iris graphics for anything big. Like, fine, you can push a display that may not have that much happening on it. That's not really that hard. It's not graphics intensive. Whereas if you have a lot of stuff happening and maybe you're doing rendering and all of the other things that might be going on, well, then you're not one of those people who wants to get an Iris graphics card. You want, or not even card, you want something from NVIDIA or AMD built into that laptop to drive that many displays. So yeah, I'm sorry, but I kind of call BS on this, and because this is comparing something nobody would compare. That's the problem.
Yeah.
No one's making this comparison.
And again, like I would love to know the numbers of how many people are actually hooking up more than 1 or 2 screens to a laptop, because I feel like at that point most people are going to have a desktop. Like, I think that's got to be a small number. Not saying that like a laptop shouldn't be able to do that, because if you're paying as much as PC makers want for a high-end ultrabook, it should do stuff like that.
Yeah,
but that's kind of it, again, like a lot of this, it really is like grabbing at anything or that Intel might have an advantage at.
Yeah, which notably Austin just dropped in a link today. Intel teased a gaming GPU. So evidently they're trying to solve the fact that Iris graphics kind of suck and has not really been a name people look for. So yeah, that makes sense.
They've been hiring a lot of people to try to get a discrete graphics operation up and running. They've released one card, but it was essentially just, it wasn't really any better than integrated graphics. It was just like a workstation. I don't know. I guess if you have like a AMD CPU without integrated graphics and you need something quick and dirty.
Yikes.
All right. Well, Intel does sell CPUs without integrated graphics too.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I guess if you're on one of those, and you didn't expect that a good graphics card would cost you an organ, as they do right now.
Yeah. No,
and the next one gets me. So they say a PC lets users plug in what they want versus the non-native uncertainty with a Mac. They say a PC is compatible with most of the popular apps and plugins, especially in music creation, such as Ableton and Serato. With an M1 Mac, Ableton. With an M1 Mac, users will have to check to see if their current headset or favorite app will work. So, like, okay, so there is like a lot of software that is not available on Mac, like in general. But if something is available on Mac, it pretty much automatically works on the M1.
Yeah.
And in many cases better than it did on Intel native hardware.
Yeah.
The only exceptions is like whatever needs like kernel extensions and virtualization. So that's not really going to be any professional tools probably. Unless you're like an IT person and needed VMware.
Yeah, there's no denying that's just they're stretching a lot.
And I've never heard of either of these two apps, probably because I don't do anything creative at all. I'm gonna venture to guess they tried to find something that was Windows only.
I'm not okay, so I'm familiar with Ableton in its existence. I don't. Oh wait, did they misspell it? They did. Oh god, that's awesome. They actually misspelled it.
Maybe that job listing was for the person they fired because
that would be ideal. Okay, yeah, whatever.
And then I really like this. So they put gaming at almost the bottom of this page, and I feel like that should have been the first. That should have been first. Like that's not even like. Yeah, it should have been first. Again, like if we're comparing apples to apples and we're saying an M1 Mac versus a $1,000-ish Intel Windows laptop, neither of those are really going to play games all that well. Because Apple has not fostered a gaming ecosystem for Mac whatsoever for the past decade. They don't even support Vulkan on Mac OS.
Okay, I kind of want to come back to that topic really quick just to knock out the Ableton thing. I just checked the Ableton system requirements, or more specifically Ableton Live, and under Mac OS it is explicit about Intel Core i5 processor. So now that I'm thinking about it, audio, the way a lot of audio stuff is implemented, it actually very possibly is very processor targeted. So I could see how this might actually have a lot of very low level code that targets Intel processors.
Yeah,
that would actually
maybe
make a lot of sense. So I kind of get that. This might be one of the very specific scenarios where yes, it actually is a bit of a problem, but only because Apple just introduced the M1. A little bit of cross-compiling, probably maybe actually some updates, and I bet this is all going to work just fine on the M1, and Intel's going to have to take at least this one example off their page, which would probably be a good idea since it's freaking misspelled. Oh my god, that should be the biggest embarrassment on the page. You don't misspell app names, especially when you're bragging that they work on your product and not someone else's.
They're trying their best.
That's bad.
So then again, they go on to say that all these games like Cyberpunk and Grand Theft Auto are all supported on a PC but will not run on an M1 Mac. They won't. Again, like they're not going to run on
the comparable processor on a PC.
Well, like, okay, so this is weird because like all the comparisons they've done up to this point are ultrabooks.
Yeah.
Which are not going to run any of these. Well, I guess they might run like Fall Guys and like. I don't know, at this point, you could maybe run Grand Theft Auto 5 on integrated graphics.
I would expect so, yeah.
Yeah. I did play, the first time I played that game was on the integrated graphics on my Surface Pro 2. And I finished the whole game in 800 by 600 on lowest settings. So now maybe it's play, but also they've been updating the game, so I don't know. But yeah, so like again, like now we're shifting the goalpost to we're comparing a gaming laptop versus an M1 Mac, and I don't think there's that many people cross shopping those in the first place. Like usually it goes like, do I need a gaming laptop, or maybe not even for gaming, but like something that powerful, or can I go with an ultrabook? And then once you go with that, it's like, okay, here are my options. I can get a Dell XPS or MacBook or Acer Swift or whatever. Like even when that's dissected, I still think they should have put this at the top of the page, because games don't get major overhauls once they're released usually. So a lot of these games will probably stick to x86 for a long time, and that should have been the 40-year history of software built for x86 is Intel's biggest strength right now, and they put that at the bottom of the page.
Well,
but again,
that's
like
true, but I think the intent here, and I know that's stretching a lot of assumptions, but I think the intent here, they're trying to convey developers choose to build their stuff for Windows and not for Mac, which is not really that true. But
and again, like that's like us. This is also. Well, I was about to say it's conflating the argument between Windows versus Mac, and then Intel versus M1, but also M1 is only on Mac, so like I'll give them that. I'll give them a pass.
Okay, so no matter what, I fully agree that they're conflating a lot of stuff here. The platforms, the operating systems, what the hardware can do, and also just the potential to build hardware or build a system with different types of hardware. Not that most people can build a laptop, but ostensibly you have the ability to get a laptop with different types of configurations, different types of options. So
yeah, like again, like
this page is full of crap. That part's true.
Like if I was in charge of Intel and someone and my boss told me, try to make an argument against the M1, I would have put the thing about games at like the top.
Honestly, yeah.
And then probably below that, I probably right below the games, they have like a list of like, look at all these form factors Windows laptops come in. That's probably really, again, I don't know why this is at the bottom. But again, I don't really know how many people are going to be looking at this page. They probably have video ads for this stuff. But that's also probably a stronger argument than like this specific audio app is only available on Intel, Windows, or whatever.
Okay, so I'm gonna venture a hunch.
Okay.
I bet the reason that they picked that is because they probably already know that the developers for Ableton are not actually planning to do an M1 version in the immediate future. So I bet they reached out to them and literally just asked, hey, is this something that you're doing like right now? No? Good. Then we'll use it in our examples.
Cody, I think you're giving too much credit to the people who spelled the app wrong.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And also, again, they said earlier, like, M1 Max can only drive one screen. And if the rumor mill is true, that should also be wrong in a couple months.
Yeah. So I guess the assertion here is that Intel is marketing the same way Republicans do. Just say something that could be true in a very narrow aspect, and then hope no one ever calls you out on it.
Yeah. Intel, M1 is the platform for Antifa.
I mean, probably true. Let's see. I'm taking a quick look at this Serato. I haven't heard, I think I've heard the name, but I don't know for sure.
Also, if I was in charge of this marketing campaign, I would very much push. All right, you gotta go in the bed. Go. Come on.
Somehow the dog still finds a way to communicate it's not happy. Okay. Wow, looking at Serato, this is enlightening.
She's gonna start barking, so this is probably not gonna work for very long.
I imagine not. Okay, so I checked out Serato DJ Pro. And there are different variants of this software, so I don't know if maybe it's different for others. But under their Mac OS support, first off, Big Sur is just simply not even supported yet. Straight up, they don't have support for Big Sur. So, you know, we're not talking about like a beta version of Mac OS. We're talking about the version that's been out for several months now. That's not good, but okay. They do have support for Catalina, but then you get into their support article, and you can just tell, like, this is support, air quotes. Because, like, driver support, they actually have to have a section about the install process for drivers. They've got sections on a lot of stuff in here. It's like, wait, this is DJ software. How much trouble should you be going through to install this? I get it. It doesn't necessarily have to be an automatic, like, double click and hit next the whole way through, but should it require... I mean, it's a couple pages. Well, okay, maybe not a couple. Yeah, maybe a couple pages. It's enough stuff that, and it's mostly links, like links out to other things that you might have to mess with. It shouldn't be this hard to install DJ software. Honestly, I know a few DJs. Most of them not computer savvy. In fact, almost all of them are very, very unsavvy with computers. So this doesn't... Yeah, I get the feeling Serato is just not giving much of a fuck about Macs.
Yeah. And then, like...
Yeah,
like
so
another...
I think Intel picking that one may be a better pick in a way than Ableton, but not by much.
Yeah. I am curious about this supposedly 41% faster web performance using Chrome on Intel over M1, and I wonder if that comes down to, again, I haven't heard of the test they're using, but like that's not like to discredit it. I don't know a lot of these benchmarks.
Okay, so on that one,
they are comparing Chrome versus Chrome supposedly. Like they're not using like Safari on the Mac.
Okay, on this, I swear it was news just like a week or two ago that the Chrome team just did some sort of performance improvement that has Chrome running way faster on Macs than it did before. And
they did do something.
Apparently it was pretty big. Somebody I know mentioned this in the Discord, but I don't know.
I bet Mac Rumors wrote about it.
I'm quickly back scrolling through all of Discord.
I found
memory management improvements in M89. Yes. Oops. Damn it.
So this is mostly okay. So this is tap throttling. So that shouldn't be related to like browser, like a web benchmark performance. That's just like turning off tabs that aren't being used at that very moment. So yeah, I don't know. I wonder if, yeah. I would hope Intel wouldn't be as scummy as to use the pre-M1 builds of Chrome on Mac compared to the. I mean,
I honestly, I think that's a big assumption, but it's probably true.
So they said testing as of March 12th, 2021. So they should have the M1 build because that's been available for months.
Yeah, but to be fair, they're giving a date, not a guarantee that they're using the correct version.
Yeah, it doesn't say what version of Chrome. It just says Google Chrome. So
and in theory, they could have put it into like some sort of I'll just say a compatibility mode, or they could have done something else that impacted performance.
Yeah. It's not hard to get Chrome to slow to a crawl.
Yeah.
You just got to install a couple extensions and call it a day.
Well, and I'll even take this opportunity to bash again on Consumer Reports because they deserve every bit of bashing they get. But I remember when Consumer Reports did a battery rundown test on it was at the time the new MacBook Pros that came with the butterfly, the first ones that came with the butterfly keyboard, or I think it was MacBook Pros, maybe it was the MacBook, whatever. They did a battery rundown test using Safari, and their benchmark was just showing the weirdest results that made no sense. I went into their comment section and said, guys, have you considered that maybe your benchmark is doing something that's triggering a bug, and maybe you should be doing your benchmarks better? Like, no person doing a benchmark would accept the results that you just published. They're not good. This is not a good test, and you really should not have published like this. They deleted my comment and banned me over this, which is why I say fuck Consumer Reports. But man, I get banned over the stupidest stuff. May I just say? But yeah, some part of me wonders if this is maybe like some case where Intel's benchmark could possibly be triggering some sort of bug in Chrome, or maybe it's something that it doesn't translate correctly onto the M1 Max, and they're like, yeah, let's just slip this into our benchmark to make sure that we get our numbers. I could easily see that happening.
Yeah, and like yeah, there's too many variables here. I don't know. Again, like, there's probably more work that Google could do, and maybe even is already doing, to improve M1 performance. Like, I know Chrome has been native to ARM for like a decade now, at least. But, you know, I'm sure given enough time, it might speed up more. And again, that's probably what my big selling point would be for Intel right now, is like, M1 is an evolving platform. Not everything works on it yet. You get it, you go to Best Buy, you get an Intel Windows laptop, everything works on it, because this is what 95% of humans own when they go and buy a computer. Everything is designed for this environment.
Yeah.
That would be my selling point, is like, do you want to spend $1,000 on something that isn't like established yet? Or do you want to buy into the thing that pretty much everything will work on?
You know what's funny about that argument? As you were saying it, the first thing that's just immediately jumped to my mind is, man, Apple is going to be the first one to say, right, but this is why we make our software developers, all those third-party app developers, this is why we make them update their apps on a regular basis. Because Yeah, the hardware evolves, but then so does the software. It all just kind of evolves as one,
and that
mostly
and that and that argument, like you say, would only work for maybe a year. Like, it's not going to be long before anyone who cares about Mac in general has their stuff working on M1.
Yeah.
And again, like, the way Apple is designed is most of it already works. Like, the devs don't even have to touch anything.
Yeah. So, granted, some companies are going to look at Apple and say, okay, look, priority, we got to get Windows stuff working first. When a new version of Windows comes out, or a new processor comes out, or something out there, yeah, we will make sure it works on Windows first. But then we're still going to circle around and get it working on Macs too. It may come a few months later. And in all honesty, it probably won't. 9 times out of 10, it actually comes really fast for Macs. Because, just like with an iPhone, you're targeting a much smaller group of products. And it's honestly just easier to test. So, yeah, of course, people are... companies have an easier time building for Mac if they care enough to target Mac seriously. Obviously, there's some where it's just always going to be an afterthought. I'm really trying to think of what company it is. There was somebody out there where they own... Oh, OBS. That's who it was. OBS. Their entire project... It's only I think the lead developer, or at least one of 3 lead developers, something like that. That's the only guy who does Mac development. And so he's trying his hardest to get any Mac updates done, but OBS for Mac is always kind of behind. Yeah. But hey, that happens.
Yeah. So that'd probably be my starting point is do you want to think about if something will work? No? Okay, cool. Buy one of these laptops.
Just be prepared to have higher power demands. Just be prepared to maybe get some slower performance.
Yeah.
Be prepared to not be able to run things like iOS apps. There's a long list of things that they won't be able to do. There's a long list of things they can do that an M1 Mac can't. But that also makes these just 2 different platforms. The comparisons aren't necessarily taking into account all the other stuff you can do.
Man, I would be so psyched if Apple would sell the M1 as an OEM product.
Oh God, yes.
God, that would be so cool. Or if at least if their M1 MacBooks ran Linux fine, I'd very strongly consider buying one.
Okay, so I will just say I don't want to call it a theory, but I have this thought running through my head. Imagine for a second what would happen if somebody figures out a good way to run Linux and Windows or Windows on an M1 processor, and what it would mean if you could start making any sort of modifications to the board. I'm not talking about adding RAM. I think that's impossible. But really any other modifications, even if it was external video cards. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. I can honestly picture people buying a MacBook Air M1 and just harvesting the board out of it, throwing the rest of it away, and building a desktop out of this thing. There are people who would do it because they'd want to overclock the hell out of it, water cool it, or I don't know if you'd even need to do that, but overclock the living hell out of it, at least put some good air cooling on it. And that's the thing. There are people who would want to do this, and they would build desktops out of it.
I was trying to figure out why Do Not Disturb was not working. I realized I exempted Skype from it because that's what my mom uses to text me. No. See, now Daisy's being annoying. Hold on. I'm worried she's gonna break the blinds. I'm gonna roll up the blinds.
Good call.
That's the smart thing.
But yeah, there's no denying that a lot of companies, I think, would legitimately like to be able to put an M1 processor into computers in some capacity. Either companies that want to make their own laptops using this, or I was predicting this months ago. I still completely hold to this theory. I'm convinced that at some point someone is going to convince Apple to let them use the M1 processor in servers. And that's going to become a massive market because of its low power demand and high performance. This is exactly what every web server out there is looking for. They want processors that can just chew through data as fast as possible and do so without producing a lot of heat and with a low power bill. So yeah, the M1 processor is perfect for them. You know they want this. So at some point, if Apple can ramp up its production, that's something that people are going to be looking for.
Or Apple just makes a rack-mounted Mac Mini.
They might.
And sells it. Well, they had Xserve.
Yeah.
Bring back Xserve. It skipped Intel entirely, went from PowerPC to M1. Do it.
It would make sense. I mean,
rack-mounted Macintosh. Let's go.
And there were like hosting companies that explicitly, like, their whole thing was, we also offer Mac Mini hosting. Mm-hmm. So you know, you bought or rented a Mac Mini. They stuck it into their server room, which realistically you're buying from them, so you know they just already had them there. But yeah, they had gutted Mac Minis, or I guess reverse gutted. They removed the shell but kept everything else in place. Yeah, they just had big server rooms full of these cracked open Mac Minis, and that was just their product, which was a great thing. They made a fortune off of those. And then the Mac Mini stopped getting updates, and it's like, well, there goes a business model.
Yeah. Okay, I'll probably stick around until 30, and then I'm gonna pop in a pizza.
Gotcha.
Or maybe orders. I don't know. It depends. Supposedly, I thought, you know, they gave us a tornado warning like an hour ago, but it's still sunny outside, and WeatherBug says it won't start raining for another hour.
Hey, haven't you seen the movie Twister? A tornado can happen anywhere at any time with a moment's notice.
It's true.
And Helen Hunt will be there to capture it. And then run away from it.
Of course, every day since I got here is like, oh, pollen's high today. It's like, oh, welcome to North Carolina, Corbin. Here's your worst enemy.
Dude, move to Vegas.
Where it's just nothing gross there. It's how
exactly. You can't have allergies to something if there's nothing to make allergens.
Look, give it 10 years, everywhere will be like that.
Too true. Entirely too true. Okay, so if we're switching topics, do you have any thoughts on Google changing its developer payout arrangement?
Oh, I did see something about that, but I didn't read it.
Okay, so I'll paste the link in the Discord and on chat,
okay,
or the YouTube chat. So this is the really short summary of this, like the TLDR, because honestly they didn't say that much, but the really short version is up to $1 million in revenue is now going to be charged at 15% instead of 30%. and anything over 1 million is charged. They don't say this explicitly, but it's very clearly this is exactly what they're saying. Anything over 1 million is still going to be charged at 30%. So first off, they're bragging about how for 99% of developers, this means that their fees are effectively reduced by 50%.
Right.
Now, to that I say, good. Yes, the smaller developers are the ones who needed this most, and yeah, it needed to happen. So congratulations, you guys got this part right. Also, this is stupid. Don't do it like this. Just lower your freaking fees. Lower them correctly, like everyone said you should. Because I'm sorry, but it's not helping to just say, nah, we don't, like, we're just gonna keep gouging anyone else. Like, this is not gonna solve the issue with Epic. This isn't gonna solve the issue with various companies wanting
it might solve, or it might be a good counter to their lawsuit, right? Because Epic's whole argument has been like, it's not about us, right? We're fighting for the small developers.
Yeah, it's
right. Right. Well, I don't know. I feel like Google going to court and saying like all those small developers can just cut in half what they have to pay us. That might win over a judge.
Yeah, but then Epic's still gonna counter with, this is still manipulating the market. It's still preventing others from offering viable alternatives. It's preventing others from offering possibly a lower, more accessible price. Corbin needs to refresh his... it always happens. Now you get me twinned for a second. And I'm gonna bobble my head because it's funny. Anyway, you're back. But yeah, to me, this is... I think Epic's going to keep arguing that yes, they made it better for smaller developers, but this didn't solve the problem. It just waylaid the problem a little bit. It offset who was affected. But I will also add, I have a funny feeling that this is probably one of those situations where I bet Google looked at the numbers and realized, oh, we could lower the fees for 99% of developers, and we're only actually losing like maybe 20% of the income that we actually were getting. Because I bet those relatively few developers, that 1% that makes over $1 million, they're probably not making just like a little over $1 million. They're probably the ones who are bringing in like $50 million.
Yeah.
Or whatever, you know, to make up whatever number feels comfortable. They're the ones who are bringing in a crap load of money. So Google probably is not actually giving up that much by changing this. I don't know. Maybe they are. But I have a feeling Epic is going to just slightly divert and say, okay, well, this isn't really fixing any problem. It's just making it nicer for indie developers. Indie developers still don't have a choice. They still don't have an option to say that they want to charge differently. They still don't have an option to say that they want to do things like offering pricing upgrades, like upgrade pricing. It's not giving indie developers the option to say, look, you know, maybe we cut a deal with such and such company so that we can charge people differently, or use the immediate thing that comes to mind is like other companies' gift cards or something. Like, let's say, and this is just completely out there example, but let's say for a second that Sony it had some sort of, let's say Sony introduces a payment gateway that other developers could use, and you wanted to use Sony's online store credit in there. Like, you don't have the option to do that through Google Play, but if developers had the option to charge through different means, you could use that. Like, those types of examples do exist. They are real world examples that used to happen in software. So I could absolutely see where Epic would just pivot and start using that as their case. Developers deserve the choice. They shouldn't be tied into one system that has a monopoly. And they'll just argue that this is a way for Google to maintain its monopoly.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of the still forcing devs to use Play payment, which is still dumb, and I hate it. Yeah, and I did see an interesting argument from Cassidy at the Elementary OS project, and over there they're trying to build their own app store for apps for Elementary OS. Mm-hmm. And they mentioned that like something like this like technically makes it more difficult for them to be compelling to developers, because like he mentioned, like if they lowered everyone to 15% cut, then the app store would not be sustainable whatsoever.
Yeah.
But again, like this is Google, like they have alternative means of income. Like their advertising already subsidizes the rest of the company.
Well, even if they didn't, this is an issue of scale, or rather scale factors in here, because again, like I said, there are developers on the Play Store that indisputably bring in millions and millions of dollars. No matter how popular Elementary OS becomes, I don't think they're ever going to have developers bringing in millions and millions of dollars. So the cut that they get off of any particular developer, or rather their whole of developers, still has to pay for some number of people to work there and maintain it. Like the server resources might scale with the amount of use, and that's fine, but you still have to pay for people and development costs and things like that. Google's costs are easily covered by those really, really successful developers.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think scale makes it gives Google the advantage and the ability to charge less, which is also one of the many, many reasons why I and a lot of people have said at the very least they should have lowered this to 15% years ago, because Google also, of all the different stores, theirs is the only one that never used to have curation. It never had anything that actually justified a 30% cut. Mm-hmm. They were just charging the same thing everybody else did, which was bad. And they're also the last ones here on 15%. Microsoft, when they had, well, they still do have their store, but their store was the first to explore a program that lowered to, I think it was 15%. I might be wrong on that, but it was something in that territory. And then Apple, I think it was end of last year, moved to 15% for the first million. Basically this exact same deal. And then now Google's finally going to do it. And even Google is saying, yeah, we're going to do it, but not till July. And it's like, no, you could literally just do this tomorrow. Just do it now. Don't wait till July. This makes no sense.
Yeah. Okay, like, man, this episode is weird. It's making me defend all these multi-billion-dollar companies that I don't care about.
I know, right?
I was just defending Apple earlier. What's going on?
Well, to be fair, you were defending Apple from Intel, so that's It's kind of reasonable. And now we're arguing over whether, or we're just arguing over whether Epic versus Google had much of a case. And I mean, it's multi-million-dollar company day.
I do like that when you were talking, if you just do a find replace with a couple words, you almost had the argument about raising minimum wage.
Kind of.
Well, it was either minimum wage or like tax the rich. But yeah, I get like this doesn't affect me at all because I don't have anything that's paid, because if I want to put paid things on the Play Store, I have to list my home address on the app listing.
Yeah, which
I don't do that.
Such bullshit.
Yeah, and I was fortunate that Google finally decided PhotoStack is worthy to show AdSense ads on like a year ago. So I've had those on, which makes not a lot of money.
Yeah.
But neither would AdSense being a paid app on the Play Store. I'm not really sure how long I need to keep PhotoStack on the Play Store because I don't think I'm getting a lot of people from there. In the past week, my AdSense has made $1.14. So
yeah,
not a lot of action there.
Yeah, and there are a couple of things that I've wanted to, okay, so I've said many times in the past, if you're an independent developer and you're thinking about building for Android, you're stupid. Which I'm sure is a hot take a lot of people would not appreciate, but if any Googler ever hears this, please, by all means, reach out. I'd love to have you on the show and we can talk about this. I'd love to demonstrate examples for why I think I'm right. Anyway,
Cody's going full like alt-right YouTube person. Like,
wait, what?
Disagree with me? Come on my show. I'll get in a debate with you with facts and logic.
Yeah, except I'm going to use facts and logic.
Yes.
That's not alt-right.
Yes, except you'll have compelling points.
And I will start my case by just a simple search for all the examples of developers who've been pulled off the Play Store for ridiculous reasons or supposed policy violations that just simply don't make sense. And moreover, the fact that they've been unable to get reinstated after very clearly either demonstrating they didn't violate a policy or everything was just clearly a mistake, or they didn't get properly warned and they could have just fixed a problem in like a minute or two. Whatever the case, like, it's not hard to find examples of Google not necessarily treating developers well. Anyway, I wanted to make a few apps and put them out for Android in the past, and even today there's a few things I'd like to do.
Yeah.
But honestly, the hostility involved in that process, if you don't make much money, then you're putting your home address usually out for the public to see.
Yeah.
That's not ideal.
Yeah. And like, I did check, like there were a lot of people asking, like, can I put a PO box or something?
Nope.
And yeah, Google's official answer is no, because then if you're like a shady company, you can just get a PO box wherever and put that as.
Which is also which is also silly, because there are plenty of companies out there dedicated to what they are effectively, for lack of a better way to say it, just PO boxes without a PO box. They set up so-called offices. And they claim that it's an office part, but what they really do is they have like a suite number that doesn't actually exist, and you just register your business as existing at this location, and any mail that comes in, they just resend it to wherever you tell them to. You pay, I don't know how much it is, but it's usually, I mean, it'll obviously vary by place, but you can usually pay, it's under $100, I think, a month. Maybe it's for several months, whatever it is. It's fairly reasonable given the circumstances. And because you're actually registering a whole business here and doing a lot of other stuff, it's, you know, it's more than just a resending gimmick. But yeah, you can hide your address. It's not that hard. And for a scam company, of course they're going to use this stuff. Most scam companies actually already have the infrastructure to make this stuff happen easier. But yeah, taking away PO boxes did not ever make sense.
Yeah. Or just like I guess the point of it is to be like, if someone pays money for something and it's not what they expect, then they have like an address to send to the Better Business Bureau or something. But
I was thinking it was more along the lines of if you needed to sue somebody.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, in the, well, okay, so the Better Business Bureau thing, that's already a useless organization, so you know, it is what it is. As far as suing somebody, the thing is, if you have a lawsuit, all you'd have to do is a lawyer can submit a reasonable request for information to Google if they need it.
Yeah.
At which point, that is the solution around this. You don't need to publish someone's home address in broad daylight. You can put it behind a reasonable legal wall that any lawyer can access with a simple letter. This is easily solvable. This is a very solvable problem without literally putting developers possibly in danger. So yeah, I think that policy alone is already hostile.
Yeah. And again, of course, if Google allowed different forms of payment, developers could just publish a free app on the Play Store and then have an unlock in it with whatever. I'm sure that there's got to be some payment processor that doesn't expose your address automatically. I think PayPal probably does that.
I was just gonna say PayPal kind of does.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure PayPal does, but there's got to be like Stripe or someone else, or
PayPal. With PayPal, you actually have to use their paid, or well, I say paid. You have to use their business accounts in order to avoid exposing your personal address. But you know, that's kind of reasonable under the circumstances.
Or you know, you could just have like type in your Bitcoin wallet here when you open the app, and that's how you send the money.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like, you know, crypto, but that would be a possible solution here. I don't think like a couple dollars worth of crypto is going to destroy the entire environment.
No. And honestly, I'm a little surprised that hasn't been a bigger solution.
Yeah, I just thought that would be like the dumbest like unlock method is like, okay, so like imagine, Cody, you make a paid app and it goes on the Play Store and someone downloads it, and they download it for free, but then when they open it, it's like, okay, you need $5 worth of Bitcoin to unlock this app, or you can just let your phone run for a couple days with this app open and it'll make enough to pay for it.
Honestly, I've always been surprised that hasn't become one of the tactics that's been pushed.
Well, I think it would just be like, well, that would be difficult for someone to do on like their main phone. Like, okay, time to sit my phone in a corner for a couple days while it generates enough.
Well, if it ran overnight while you're sleeping and plugged in, that would be a bit of a solution. Yeah. But yeah, you really shouldn't be doing that with your phone in the first place, because man, that'll ruin a phone real fast.
Yeah, that would be funny though.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, yeah. Google's developer policies, and Apple too. It's not like Google's alone in this. Both companies have been very inhospitable to developers that might have different business models or might have circumstances that sort of limit them. I mean, I can't not think back to the whole book publisher and versus Apple situation from several years back. The whole thing was publishers were okay, so authors got a cut, publishers got a cut, so on and so forth. You go down the list. The thing is, the publisher always automatically took 30% off of the selling price of any book, no matter what. Like, this was the strict, whatever the selling price is, the publisher had to take a 30% cut. Apple decided to also take its same 30% cut and also off the final selling price. And because of the way the contracts worked, they literally could not coexist. Now, they still worked out custom deals with a bunch of publishers and made it work, but it became this problem where Apple was effectively saying everyone should just self-publish. And publishers weren't having any of this, so they were constantly fighting each other. And that's big companies fighting it out. They at least had leverage. They at least had big libraries and massive successful titles. You don't have that with a lot of developers. Yes, there are major developers like Epic who do have some leverage and do have the money to fight, but holy crap, independent developers do not have these options. And there's no denying, like, just looking at how bad Google has been for developers, and Apple too. So, believe me, this will always be, both of them are bad. That creates such a terrible scenario.
Yeah, it's not fun.
And to think, these are currently the world's leading platforms.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe this will be some kind of, I don't know, maybe Google also did this because at the same time they're slowly threatening to delete apps that are using different payment methods. I think that ban is coming.
I thought it already happened. I mean, it was already one of the Play Store rules.
It was a rule, but then there were like there were a surprising number of high-profile apps that just ignored it and got away with it for a long time. And I'd love to know like how that went down, but anyway.
I'm assuming a lot of them were the ones where like we offer a subscription or something like that, and like it was a requirement to use the Play Store for certain types of payments, but they basically were kind of getting around it by saying, look, you have to subscribe through the website. You can't just subscribe through the app.
Yeah, it's iffy, but I thought they delayed it because of COVID.
Maybe.
I can't even think of what to search to find that, but I don't think it's enforced yet.
Anyway,
but
I agree. It's not ideal that we've got this scenario where developers, even large developers, are kind of being forced to lose a means of income.
Yeah.
Which this is why I kept thinking Epic needs to get into the market of pushing, or I mean, they already have their app store, but they really should be pushing it as the Google Play alternative. I'm so surprised. I honestly was convinced that after they announced their lawsuit, I thought that was going to be the very next thing. Like within the week, they were going to be saying, hey everyone, Google and Apple are evil. Get your asses over here because we're going to be good to you.
It's almost like that was just a talking point and they only want the smaller cut for themselves and they don't actually care.
Which, wow, what a short-sighted and kind of dumb decision. Because,
Yeah.
man, it's so much better if they become one of the big players in the App Store game.
Yeah, because they already have their Epic launcher on a lot of devices, and it's like already kind of can download apps, but it's only theirs.
Yeah.
It's like, again, if they really wanted to, they could go in this direction, but this is just, we're using small devs as like a talking point. Kind of like how Republicans say they're for the working class and then they're not.
Man, it's just such an easy.
Also some Democrats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you can. I'll bring this up and then I'll go. Where's Discord? Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay, so I think someone was talking about this in your Discord earlier. Samsung officially announced the Galaxy A52,
Right.
which is they have a lot of A phones. The A51 is sort of like it's kind of like their Pixel A equivalent. Let me see, how much was the A51? It was $400. I reviewed it. So this will probably be around $400 as well. And Samsung actually said last year their best-selling phone was the A51. Like, out of everything they make, this $400 phone was their best-selling one.
I believe it.
Yeah, no, I totally believe it, because I think I had to give the A51 back, but it was
sell it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, so much demand they couldn't spare them. But no, it was pretty good. Like, it had 120 gigs of storage at a big AMOLED screen, big battery, lots of cameras. Had like some Exynos chip. I'm not sure what the equivalent Qualcomm processor was, but it was pretty good. So the A52 is a little bit better, and I see someone just walked past my window, so hopefully Daisy doesn't try to eat the window. So they have a couple new. So they have the A52. That's the new one, and this was. I think all of these details were already leaked. But basically, depending on where you live and what models Samsung decides to sell in your region, I'm sure the US will probably get like one.
Yeah.
It might be that more expensive 5G model, which would suck because the $400 price on the A51 is pretty good. But the base model has a 90 hertz screen instead of 60, and then the 5G one has a 120 hertz screen.
Really
so they only have European pricing on this Ars Technica article. So the base A52 is €348, which is around $414, and then the slightly better 5G one is the equivalent of $511. So $511 for 120 hertz, it's pretty good.
Yeah, no kidding.
That like maybe one of the Nord phones had that at a similar price, but that's the only other one I can think of that's available in the US. I'm sure Xiaomi has something that's like $50 and has 120 hertz. This time they've gone with all Snapdragon chips, so they're not using their Exynos. The regular A52 has a 720G, which I think is what the 4A uses. Maybe, or I'm not sure. Yeah, and then the 5G one has a 750G. The base RAM on the cheapest one is still 4 gigs, which is a little but the more expensive one starts at 6. You're fine. She wants to go outside and play with people.
Yeah. It's gonna take you a while to break that habit.
Did you try to nip someone yesterday? Yeah.
She got a little angsty. Someone was walking her dog, and the other dog very much wanted to smell her butthole for like 3 minutes straight, and Daisy nipped at her. So
I mean, if someone did that to me, I would feel like biting at them would be an appropriate response.
yeah, it's completely understandable on Daisy's part.
It really stands out to me. The 4 rear cameras is 4 rear cam. Okay, this phone seems like a mostly no compromise phone, aside from the Snapdragon processors technically being mid-rangers.
Yeah,
And the
I
low
would.
RAM.
Yeah, maybe the camera sensor's a little bit iffy. Like I've never really liked Samsung's photo processing. It's always been a little bit weird.
Yeah, I
but-
doubt the sensor's the problem. I think it's the way they process everything.
Yeah, but I mean, no, yeah, this looks really good. And the A51 already got better after launch because I think it came before Samsung started doing the 3 years of support thing across the board. And so the A51 was retroactively enrolled in that. So I believe it's getting like, I don't know if it's 3 years of OS or just 2 years of OS and 1 security, but anyway, it's supported for as long as, you'd expect a $400 phone to be supported.
Yeah.
And the A52, I believe. Yeah, so Ars Technica says the A52s will have 3 years of OS updates and 4 years of security updates. Maybe not monthly near the end, but 4 years in general, which is better than Pixels.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't know. Ball is in your court, Google.
Yeah. Again, like I don't think Google is ever competing with these phones. Like Samsung sells a monstrous amount of these that Google could never hope to sell.
Exactly.
But Samsung is eroding at Google's advantages. Like camera might still be better on whatever A phone Google makes this year, but unless Google finally decides this year to put a new sensor in their phones, like that's the cameras on the Pixels that haven't radically changed in a long time. Not that really Samsung's has either. They've had the same sort of processing and camera performance on their phones for the past couple of years. The mid-rangers are getting better. Like they're bringing more of that down from the flagships.
Okay, so I'm gonna slightly pick this apart. To me, camera has three angles, so to speak. There's the sensor, there's the post-processing, and there's literally the number, or how many different focal ranges, or how many different cameras, however you want to think of it. The sensors, honestly, at this point, it would be great if Google and Samsung would both go with, well, I guess Samsung probably is on fairly new sensors, but yeah, Google needs to update its sensors. That is a weak point, but I don't think it's that critical.
Yeah.
The number of cameras. I mean, again, Samsung is just blowing away Pixel.
Because as much as I hate taking pictures with those fucking 5 megapixel macro lenses.
Yeah.
Like people do go to the store and they're like, oh, this has more cameras, therefore better.
Well, and the thing is, okay, sure, that sensor and the macro that it can put out, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's better than what you could get with a non-macro sensor. Or
but
sorry,
non-macro
lenses.
It isn't like a total gimmick either.
Yeah,
like
it is real. It does what it says it's going to do, and it's usable.
Yeah, like it's got like a
pretty.
12 megapixel wide angle. Like that'll take fine photos.
Yeah. Now, granted, it's not like you're going to go out and get with a 12 megapixel sensor. Well, okay, let me say that's about the 5s, and then I'll hit the 12. With those 5 megapixel macro and, well, a depth sensor, which, whatever. But a 5 megapixel macro, you're not taking a picture that's going to ever get printed. It's never going to win an award. In fact, it's at 5 megapixel, chances are it's going to look even kind of dirty and crappy on Instagram. But
it does. Yeah,
it gets the job done. Like if you need to get small, very precise looking images, that will get it done. It won't be pretty. It may suffer a little bit in some ways, but it's still going to be a macro image that you couldn't have gotten with the main or wide angle sensors or cameras. I keep saying sensors anyway. Yeah, so it is still a very real usable thing, even if it's not going to be, like image worthy, so to speak. The 12 megapixel, okay, you could actually get some pictures with that. Will they ever go in print? No. But are they going to be decent for throwing on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever? Yeah, 12 megapixel definitely will put out a good image for that. And you have a little bit of a little room to crop it. I don't know that you're going to go out to Horseshoe Bend and get like crazy awesome images. But if you're just going out there to get pictures with friends or, just a good memory, that's perfectly good for it.
Yeah. And, again, these, they mentioned it has in-display fingerprint sensor, which like I still very much prefer the rear sensors. But those are sort of a dying breed. It's still got micro SD, which is something Pixels have never had.
Yeah.
And aren't even on Samsung's flagships now.
Yeah. But given that I guess the storage actually is pretty decent too. So you don't even really need the
I've still never filled up a 128 gig phone. Like the closest I've come is like, I think what's my S21 at? Because I have like a lot of offline stuff saved here for when I was driving. It's probably like 60 gigs or something.
Let's see.
I'm at 65 out of 128 gigs.
Let's see. My Pixel 3 is 128, and yeah, I've not filled it, but I got real close. I bet if I check, probably my Pixel 2. If this is 128, I know I've filled this.
Is it just like a lot of video?
Yeah.
Okay.
And video I'm recording, not like, oh, I need to take some movies with me. It's not that. It's literally like I've recorded a crap load of footage and haven't moved it off. Yeah, my Pixel 2 is 128, but right now it's, well, not fresh after a factory reset, but yeah, I factory reset it a while back and I haven't used it for much since then. And I'm being pretty good about deleting stuff after I've copied it off. So but still, like, yeah, if you do a lot of video on your phone for any reason, you can definitely hit this number for sure. It doesn't take that long. And very notably, I also did, if you look on AP, you'll find I did an article. I guess I could look this up. Oh, the easiest thing to look for is probably, I'll just search for my name and Filmic Pro. Yep. First result. Android 11 got rid of the 4 gigabyte limit on videos. I literally just let my phones record Filmic Pro
Yeah.
in 4K at the highest possible bit rate in like 3 or 4 different apps. So yeah, I filled up some phones real fast doing that.
That would do it.
But yeah, and that was a unique scenario. Obviously, I deleted those videos shortly after, but still, I have very much filled them up using recordings.
Yeah, and again, these also still have the headphone jack. They've got USB Type-C, of course, IP67 waterproof. I don't think the Pixel 8 phones have ever had an IP rating.
I don't think so.
Yes.
In fact, the discussion that happened in Discord, on my Discord server a couple times now, has very much been about that. And yeah, it's a lot of criticism over the fact that the Pixel A line never gets an IP rating.
Okay, yeah, Austin said nope.
And
Yeah.
we had this conversation there, and I've said it in the past. I don't think that you can necessarily go apples to apples on this, because, you know, some companies do put priority on different things, and I feel like I've had to say this so many times today, but scale. If you sell something in high scale, you can justify the cost of an IP rating. If you don't sell in high scale, that cost stops being accessible. And so I kind of get it. It is one of those issues where being able to produce 1 million units versus 100,000 units, and I know both Pixel A sells higher than 100,000 units, and I know Samsung is selling more than 1 million units of the A51s or A52s they will be selling. Yeah, you know, you're going to sell higher numbers than that, but the point is, what costs you a lot if you're making 100,000 units is going to become very little once you get to making 1 million units.
Yeah. And, you know, IP67, that's not the full waterproofing,
Yeah,
but
no.
it's that's
splashy.
that's like you can accidentally drop it in the toilet and fish it out and it'll be fine.
Most likely.
Yeah.
If you get it out quickly.
Yeah.
Though you also should not try doing this,
No, don't do that.
because no one likes a pee covered phone.
Yeah. But yeah, like I do think unless Google changes something dramatically, which according to the rumor mill, they are going to do something weird with the A soon. Like there was, well, we already got a couple renders of a 5A. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but this is tough to fight against. And of course, there'll always be the people who buy the Pixels for the stock software.
Oh yeah, no, a
Samsung phone is not going to win over those people probably.
Yeah, I've definitely had this argument many times. If you're into rooting and ROMing, get a Pixel.
Oh yeah, like Samsung's always off the table for that. They don't
Mostly always off the table.
Yeah, like I think you can unlock the bootloader on like some of the Exynos stuff, but yeah, like these are all Snapdragons. They're gonna have this locked down.
Well, I know. Obviously, we know Zach has unlocked bootloaders on his Samsung phones and come to regret it. Thank you, Warranty, for being weird. But yeah, there's if you need to root and ROM, you go Pixel. If you want Android developer previews, especially when it's the preview build as opposed to the developer or the beta builds, you got to go Pixel. If I start running out of good answers after that, but yeah, there are a few things where you really have to go Pixel because it is the only choice or the best choice or at least the most reliable choice for being able to tinker with the software.
Yeah, like I've got a 3.8 XL that I need to actually put the Android 12 preview on. I haven't got around to that yet because life has been hectic. But like that's my Android beta phone. And once it dies, I'll probably just pick up like a busted up Pixel A phone off of Swappa, and that will replace it. That's that duty.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what happens this coming year before I make any buying decisions, but
Yeah. Are we gonna tempt you over to Samsung, Cody? Is it gonna happen?
I mean, I've said it many times. Samsung's welcome to send me phones. I'd be happy to use them. But I'm not good. I can't afford to buy a bunch of phones every year, and right now I typically need to buy a Pixel. So
Yep.
yeah, Samsung. If you hear me, send me some units. I'd be happy to test them, or try them, or possibly even use them in an upcoming YouTube series that I'm working on. Any of these things would be options.
Ooh, I powered on my Tab S6, and it now has the Android 11 update to download.
Nice.
Yes, I will let that install. That's fun. Now my phone and my tablet will look the same again. That's always fun. But yeah, no, it's nice that Samsung isn't like completely like only using their name to sell these phones, because I do get the impression that was a lot of what their budget phones were like a couple of years ago, is they were just really bad, but because they had the Samsung name and a lot of the same software as the flagships, people bought them. But I mean, this is like a really good phone.
Yeah, they're not cutting
I mean,
corners the way some
on
others
paper,
do.
yeah, on paper,
Yeah.
maybe they put a too big of a battery in this one too, and we'll find out in 4 months.
Well, if I was expecting Samsung to get cheap anywhere, I would expect it to be things like the memory controllers, the flash memory controllers. I would expect it to be things that you can't put on a spec sheet as like, this is where Samsung cut corners.
Yeah,
It's
or they'll
something
be
where the component costs less, and it will fail earlier, or it'll start running slow, or something like that. That's where most companies have learned to cut corners.
Yeah, or I don't know if it's still having this issues, but I mean, for months there was people complaining about the touchscreen on the S20 Fan Edition.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's fixed yet. But yeah, you're right. It's usually stuff like that it's not immediately obvious.
Yeah, things either fail early or they start getting slow, or something usually like that. Which, look, it's not like that's even unique in the sense of cutting corners. It happens all the time with anything from budget to flagship. I mean, look at how many Pixel phones have died. Or even worse, Nexus phones. The Nexus 5X.
Yep, mine's dead.
Yeah. I'm sure there are like 30 of those still working, but they're the rare 30.
Yeah.
Actually, I wonder if my 6P still works.
I'm sure it turns on, but then it will die in about 5 seconds because it thinks the battery is low.
Very possibly. I haven't charged it in forever, but I kind of stopped using it because it started getting really slow.
Yeah, I remember when those phones came out. I got the 5X, and my friend in high school who had saved a little bit more money, he got the 6P. And so we both experienced like the slow degrading of our phones, just different issues.
Yeah.
Or rather, his was slow because he had the thing where the phone would shut off at like 30% battery or something like that. And then I had the boot loops. So mine was quick and sudden, whereas his was like, I think he might have got it replaced once or twice.
Yeah, I didn't start having problems with mine until after replacement was no longer an option. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, mine started doing the 30%, or actually, I think it was a bit higher than 30%. I could be wrong, but I swear it was more like at around 45% or something. It would just shut itself down. It didn't need to run anymore.
Yeah. Man, how weird is it that Samsung is now supporting their phones for longer than Google? It's a weird timeline.
I mean, first off, okay, I know I've asked this or questioned this before, but isn't it that they stopped, or sorry, isn't it that they still only support certain phones for longer? Or have they moved to all phones?
Okay, so
With the exception of like the really out there stuff.
Yeah.
Let's not count those.
So the Samsung promises the longer support cycle for basically anything over like $300 or so.
Okay.
So it's only like they're like really low end stuff that's not getting like multi-year support. Like like when they announced this originally, like whatever, I think it was like the A50 was the cheapest phone on that list that was getting supported, and that was like $300-ish. So most of the phones people are buying are getting it.
Okay. Well, that's good then.
Yeah. No, it's weird. I don't know. I'd really like to see Google step it up. Like, again, it's weird. Like, Google's done so much to try to make this easier over the past few years, but they've stuck to the same exact timeline since the Pixel 2. And the Pixel 1, when it was sold, was only promised 2, and then they gave it another year. Because that was when they started working on treble, and they're like, oh, we can do this now. But it's stayed 3 years.
So, yeah, I often wonder, and I can't tell if it's me being ambivalent because I upgrade at least semi regularly, or if at this point I've just become disinterested and kind of burned out on the subject, or what it is. But some part of me thinks I'm not that surprised, I'm not sure I feel like it even. I don't know. It's so hard to place. I don't know how to phrase it and how to express this, but at this point, I guess I'm just not surprised by it. I feel like everyone except now Samsung has such a mediocre update policy that expecting Google to do better, it just doesn't even seem like I can expect that. I don't know. I guess it's.
I mean, it is like definitely. It's definitely a thing only nerds care about for the most part.
Well, I would argue it depends on how you define nerd in this sense, because I don't think it's just like people who are nerdy or like tech nerds, because there are also a lot of people who are environmentally concerned, who are saying phones need to last longer, so we're not just throwing them in the trash every 2 years. I wouldn't call those nerds, though in a sense maybe, I don't know. But yeah, to me that's obviously one of the issues, and it keeps coming back and rearing its head as an example of why they should be supported longer. But at the same time, yeah, it's mostly us that are saying we want more life out of our gadgets.
Yeah, or not even like for me, because again, like I'm in this weird position where I'm getting new stuff all the time, and I know that's not most people, but it's like I don't want to recommend something that I feel like is not living up to how much it costs, and that sort of thing. Like, it's a lot easier for me to feel good about something if it's like, oh yeah, this won't just die in 2 years, or like it won't become a security risk in 6 months, which is every Asus phone.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I don't it's not going to help Google sell phones probably, but it's something they should do because they can. Like, I don't really think there's anything stopping them. I know like drivers are always the culprit, but that's like exactly what Treble was built to try to address.
Yeah, I don't think drivers are. I suspect they haven't been as a problem for as much or as long as it's been implied. But
and then the other culprit in this situation is you have people in their spare time getting Android 10 running on 8-year-old smartphones.
Yeah.
Which, like, I get, like, that's not the same as like officially supported, and there's always weird stuff that's broken with those, but it's like there's got to be a middle ground.
Except there's not
here.
always weird stuff. I mean, okay, at the 8-year mark, yes, there's usually weird stuff broken, but
yeah,
let's be honest, it's not uncommon. I mean, there are people still putting out their own custom ROMs for the original Pixel. That's well outside of support cycle. They don't have updated drivers. It still works great, I assume. I admit I'm not using any of them, but
I need to I did try CyanogenMod. Not CyanogenMod, that's not CM anymore. I did try whatever the newest lineage is on my Pixel 1 when it came out. When at the Android, are we on 11?
Well,
no,
12 is
lineage. Lineage is on 10. Okay, so when Lineage made 10, I tried it on the OG Pixel because that was out of support. I was like, oh, I don't have anything to do with this phone. I'll try it. Yeah, worked
may
great
as well.
Although I can't remember if I put Google. I don't think I put Google services on it. I don't remember. I was mostly just like, I was trying the OS, and of course they're like, we don't officially support Google Apps. But yeah, I mean, I think in the post-Treble era, it's custom ROMs aren't quite as janky as they used to be. Which is nice.
Yeah, things are definitely getting better. I don't know that I'd necessarily say that they're good yet, but
yeah. Maybe I'll try that experiment again where I see how long I can live without hating myself with a no Google Apps phone, because I did that for AP, and that was like one of my most viewed AP posts ever. And I don't know, maybe I'll put myself through that again.
I know it's not the same thing, but that still just reminds me of that guy who worked at The Verge who went without the internet for a year. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that. Well, yeah, I do. I think I bet, yeah.
Oh, what was that guy's name? Okay, I found the article. Paul Miller. Yeah.
Okay.
Pasting that into chat in case anyone wants to look it up.
I found it.
Yeah. I was.
If I went without internet for a year, I would just become homeless. unless WordPress developed a way for me to write posts by mail.
I mean, let's be honest. If certain website owners could, they would probably be willing to accept that. And strictly speaking, Paul Miller didn't go without computers or gadgets. He just went without the internet. So he was, as he and others phrased it, he would use SneakerNet for everything. Copy it all onto USB key and walk it over to someone else's desk where they would take it off the USB key and publish it and stuff like that, which dude, like, way to make everyone else's job harder so you can write an article. But
Yeah, that's like the same thing when I forget, there was some, I don't know if it was, hold on, who's the really obnoxious like GNU person? I forget. Stallman.
all of them. You set me up for that, dude.
Yeah, I did. You're right. There was some.
But yeah, Stallman is probably it.
I'm trying to think. This is like trying to explain a joke where I only know like half the punchline and then none of the rest. Oh, Daisy's growling at me. There was some. Crap, I can't remember. Okay, I'm not gonna. It was some prominent person who made a big deal out of like not using. I don't know if it was computers or the internet or something, but the effect was just like, yeah, he could do that because he had assistants who were still plugged in and you know, transmitting everything over different means for him.
Daisy, can you get out from the desk? Go. Okay.
Oh, and now tornado warning is trending in my area as I was trying to check for that. That's good.
Okay, I know you're not watching the stream, but I just had a little bit of fun with the Verge's article.
Did you?
Yeah, I went into developer tools, and there's a pull quote from Paul Miller that says, "Yeah, I'm serious," and I just added the words, "but shouldn't be taken seriously." Sorry.
That's funny.
Nothing like trolling what is effectively a bad troll.
Yeah. David asked, "How is North Carolina?" It's good so far, but I've only been here a week, so we'll see if that holds. Or less than a week, because I moved Friday. It's not Friday yet, not quite. Let's see. Okay, one more quick thing, and then I'm gonna go. Did we talk about the? Oh, my tablet is done updating. Sweet. Yeah, I love Samsung still does not support the AB partitions. That's my favorite thing ever.
Oh, I know that. Okay, I know it's one of those things Google was supposedly going to make it mandatory, and then maybe they did, maybe they didn't, blah, blah, blah. But man, like, for your own benefit, Samsung, why not?
I know. I don't get it. And again, like if the issue is space, like I have 128 gigs on this phone. I can't imagine whatever you need to do will take up much of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't buy that for a second that it's about space. Back when phones, I think when the AB partition started, you could realistically, I think, still get a 32 gigabyte phone. All right, that's pushing it. That's
even like Android tablets were shipping with 16 gigs of storage, like the Fire tablets and that.
Yeah, an AB partition in that scenario, that's not good. That's not okay at all. And now that they've split partitions into, I don't remember how many there are, I'd have to look, but there's like a dozen plus partitions, and some of them are, they don't even do AB partitioning on those. Like, come on. You can make space.
Yeah.
So the speedy release cycle will be even faster. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I heard a little bit about this.
Okay. Yeah. So this just fascinates me from a development standpoint, because it's already insane to me that Google can get a release out across all the channels that Chrome is in every 6 weeks. But now they're doing it every 4. So they're ramping it up, and they said in a blog post that they're sort of kind of already doing this, because recently they've started doing bug fixes every 2 weeks. So they're kind of just moving some due dates around in their calendar. So now instead of having major releases every 6 weeks, or 6 weeks, they're doing major releases every 4 weeks. And I don't know if they're still doing like the bug fixes every 2 weeks or not. But regardless, like, new features will be available to people quick, like more closely to when they're ready, which is kind of insane. And also Google is doing something that I said they should do here. If you recall, I said maybe Google needs to pump the brakes a little bit and have like a long-term support Chrome to keep things from maybe breaking in environments where breaking things is not good. And they're kind of doing that a little bit. They're going to release a extended stable Chrome, which will be updated every 8 weeks instead of 4, which isn't like, it's not really what I had in mind. It's just sort of like we're just skipping every other release basically.
Yeah,
and
that's that way.
Yeah, and they're still going to do like 2-week security updates on that, because like you don't want your deployment of PCs to be vulnerable for over 2 months.
Yeah, even 2 months sounds maybe a little on the iffy side. But
yeah,
I'm still not really sure if they need to have like a long-term stable version in such a strict sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like it for just like maybe the Android web view and low-level stuff where like no one's running like a cutting-edge web app in WebView, or they shouldn't, because Google has other things you need to use instead of that. But yeah, no, it's kind of crazy. And also, this means that a lot of the Chrome forks are also speeding up. So Edge already, and another thing that the extended support version is supposed to be for is for things that embed Chrome. So like probably maybe Electron would switch to this, because like Electron like doesn't really need to be updated every single Chrome release. I don't even think it is. I'm not sure they do.
I'm pretty sure they don't.
Yeah, I think just whenever they get around to it. I
don't pay close enough attention to Electron, but I haven't seen any evidence that they're on any sort of really hardcore update cycle.
Yeah, so I was interested to see how many Chrome forks would probably just stick to the 6 weeks, or stay on the extended support and maybe just update whenever. Edge already said they're going to 4 weeks. I think Vivaldi said they're going to 4 weeks as well. I'm not sure. So yeah, more Chrome updates more often, which is how it's interesting, because Chrome was like, I think Chrome was probably like the project that really got into everyone's brains. Like we're gonna update on a set schedule very often, and that sort of started a loop that got to where we are today. Definitely for browsers, but also like I'm not sure if I can think of like another big consumer application that was like, no matter what, we're updating every X weeks.
Yeah,
that wasn't just like for like like Windows patches. Like those have always been on a set schedule, that kind of thing.
I think about I'm trying to think of other things that have that sort of high speed update schedule where it's also a short a short interval. I mean, obviously OSs have yearly updates now, and and Windows even technically, I guess, seasonally updated, sort of, except they don't even hold to it.
Yeah.
Ah.
Except you'll get like last year's seasonal update.
Yeah.
Maybe sometime.
It'll
I've got
come
a-
9
I've got
months
a-
late, but we're
Windows
consistently
is-
9 months late on all of them.
Yeah, Windows is bugging me for a to update, and I wonder what month this originally came out.
See, I don't even know what that's like. I have no Windows. Thank you, Microsoft, for building a system that was going to kill itself. Yeah, okay, so I know small developers who have done really high consistency, high speed updates, but not very many. Even small developers typically keep that as a very short, or keep that very limited. If they're going to do any sort of regular updates, it's usually more like every 6 weeks minimum, if not longer. About the only thing that really comes to mind that had actually a pretty high rate of updates was CyanogenMod. And obviously they were just doing the same critical updates that were being rolled out for Android, plus their own changes.
Yeah.
So they had
Like
a high
their-
update rate, but honestly most of the work was still just coming straight from Google. So
Yeah, like their weekly update would just be git pull and then get merged with the Cyanogen repo.
yeah, more or less.
Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't asking a whole lot, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I will hand it to Chrome, the Chrome team. They're doing a lot of work. To some extent, I wonder if maybe, like, if we're gonna put this cynical spin on this, I wonder if a little bit of the goal here is to get other groups or companies or anyone who would spin up their own variants. I wonder if the goal here is to sort of bury them in updates to the extent that they're just going to say, all right, guys, you're doing more than we can keep up with, so we're just going to let you do it all. I
mean, maybe, but those variants could just switch to the extended too.
Oh yeah, but at that point you are just letting Google take the wheel.
Yeah,
you're not doing your own thing. You're just letting Google take the wheel, and you're rolling out your additions and tweaks on top of it. But if you're not staying on top of their much faster release schedule, then you're pretty much missing out on the changes until they happen.
Right.
So,
yeah, but...
and I don't really think that that's like a motive per se, but I wonder if maybe someone was kicking around like, what are the benefits of doing this? I wouldn't be surprised if that came up as, well, we also get this other perk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also the other factors, like a lot of those Chrome perks, like they're not on any schedule at all. They're just like, all right, whenever I get, whenever I feel like it, when the time is right, I'll type git pull and go through some of these conflicts. I saw an article where Microsoft was saying it's going to start unifying its Edge code base across all platforms. So sort of like Chrome already, like you can compile it for desktop or for iOS or Android. It'll just, it's one project.
Right.
Microsoft's trying to do that because last time I checked, Edge for Android was on like some really old version of Chromium. That's probably a security risk. I'm gonna download it and see for giggles. But yeah, like they were saying, they want to unify Edge on all their platforms so they don't have to keep dealing with that.
It makes sense. I mean, they obviously should. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of why Google would make a big the Chrome team would make such a point of changing their release schedule. And the biggest incentives I can come up, or that is one of the biggest incentives I can come up with. There just aren't that many in practical terms.
I think, hold on. I've got Edge installed. I'm gonna check what the user agent is. Let's see here. We got Chrome 77. I think we're on like 89 now. Yeah, that's not good.
So that's what, a full year behind? Or more? I guess it's more, right?
Hold on. What did I say? I said 77. Chrome 77. When did I write the article? Yeah, October 2019. Wow.
Yikes. Okay, that's 18 months-ish.
Yeah, that's worse than... Good job, Microsoft. You were worse than Samsung Internet at doing this. That's kind of impressive.
Yikes. Actually, like, for real, that's a yikes.
That's a yikes with a capital Y.
But isn't that when they switched to Chrome?
Let's see. No. So Edge, because Edge for Android didn't exist until they I don't think there was ever a point where it's just like a web view. So it would have been when Edge for Android came out, and that was October 2017. Okay. So they're just really behind.
That's a lot behind.
Yeah, which again is why they're defying it, but maybe something you should have done a year ago.
I wonder if, well, I hate this, but I wonder if it's because of the whole let's always have a supported version rolling through that doesn't have any unsupported stuff coming in, and that doesn't cycle out functions that our developers and users expect to be there. Because basically the let's always support legacy stuff. I wonder if that's the reason.
I bet it's just that like the Edge team is probably mega overworked right now.
Yeah.
Between they're trying to drop support for old Edge like right now, and they just finished rolling out Edge to as many versions of Windows 10 as they can automatically update. Plus, I think old Edge was never on Windows 7, so they didn't do that. But yeah, I bet they're just like stretched thin right now, trying to get all these upgrades done, which is not an excuse, but it's probably what happened.
Well, I'd say they need to hire more people, but
or maybe they farmed out the mobile apps to someone else. Who knows?
Yeah, with Microsoft these days, that's actually pretty surprisingly common.
Yeah. Well, remember they farmed out the
Surface Duo.
The Duo software, and then like they were finally like, oh wait, maybe this isn't a good idea, and then they bought them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a very poor decision making. I am looking forward to, because honestly I think it's going to be hilarious when it happens. I am very much looking forward to the day that we see a folding phone from Google, because honestly, I want to see how Google tries to approach folding software. I mean, Microsoft didn't go with folding, they went with two screens. Samsung has gone full in on folding, but Samsung, to its credit, really works on trying to provide its own idea of what the right implementation is. Samsung doesn't always make the best decisions here, sometimes actually some very poor decisions, but they at least try to come up with something that they want it to be. Google has a weird habit of not always coming up with stuff that I think they intend to be the right way. So yeah, that's gonna get real interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, Chrome is it's speeding up. And this would have been nice when I was at AP, so I wouldn't have to do like a massive post once a month. I could just do 2 smaller posts.
Well, yeah.
Twice a month. That would have been nice, but
so
well.
Oh man, you said you wanted to take off. I'm half tempted to give you a
Yes.
topic that would probably keep you here longer, but
Okay, I could sit here for like 10 more minutes. So if you got like I don't have a time limit on me. Like that pizza's staying in the freezer,
Yeah,
but
that's
also I get uncomfortable in this chair after a while.
oh, believe me, I know that feeling. I want to burn this chair that I'm sitting in. Okay, so I've had this sitting in my head, and I was thinking about giving it as like a think about it in advance of the show and have it as a topic, but seeing as we're talking about Chrome so much, I keep wondering, like, what do you think is going to be the future of web browsers and like web applications in the sense of how we're going to keep using them? Like, I've had it in my head for a while. I foresee at some point, I think Windows is probably going to introduce some sort of features for web browsers that allows something, imagine PWAs, but taken to the extent where they really do just live as applications. And they feel like applications. They actually behave as applications. They will show up as their own thing in a task manager. You'd be able to maybe pick which browser runs any particular application, as opposed to kind of opening them up through the web browser first. I mean, do you see, where do you see it going?
Okay. Well, it's easy to answer this short term, like in the next like year or two, and the answer there is, web apps will eventually be able to do basically everything native apps can do. Like this is like a defined goal Google has right now. They call it Project like Fiji or something, or Fugu. Yeah. And literally they have like a long checklist of like all the things native apps can do, and they're checking them off as they add comparable APIs to them in Chrome. So capability wise, we should get to the point pretty soon where web apps can do everything on paper that native apps can do, minus whatever just has to be on the OS for whatever reason.
Right, and that's kind of where I was going with this, is how much OS integration is eventually going to be added. So,
well, I don't know. It's getting really close, because now we have web. I think the barrier now is just like not necessarily the issue isn't the browser. It's our companies going to start switching to web, like. When is Slack going to say, we don't need to ship an Electron app, we can just do a PWA? Like, Twitter realized this ages ago. Twitter's PWA is like the best PWA I've seen. Like, when I have it on my phone, I struggle to tell a difference between that and the native. Like, the only difference is like whatever features they haven't implemented, like live streaming and like stuff no one cares about.
Yeah.
Like it's really good. So now that we can run WebAssembly in the browser. So a lot of more demanding applications, like video editors or anything that uses 3D or something, could run in assembly. Some of the new, now web apps can access files in almost the same way native apps can. There's just more pop-ups involved, which some of these permissions also, they go away once you install an app. Like once you install an app, I don't know if there's a couple of permissions that like Chrome just automatically accepts once you've install an app to your home screen or start menu or whatever. So there's more stuff
Funny,
that
I
could be
hadn't
done
actually
there.
thought about that, but that makes sense.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, I don't actually know what they're. I was gonna say microphone, but that doesn't sound right. I think they would still ask to use a microphone.
I would
that'd
hope
be
so.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. But we're getting like even a lot of the edge cases now are getting taken care of. Like one issue I had, again going back to me putting PhotoStack on the Play Store, was that there was no way for me to monetize it besides making the app download itself paid, because the only alternatives are I could have a in-app purchase, but Google only lets you do it through Play payments, and there was no way to do that in a website.
Right.
Or I could do ads, which Google didn't approve me for ads at the time. But now Google has actually just added Play payment support for PWAs. So that's fixed. There's a lot of these like edge cases that are starting to be addressed now. So we are getting to the point where there's not really a capable difference. It's just like now the barrier is like, when are big companies going to give up on native development and decide to go to the just one website? I wish Slack would implement push notifications, and I could get rid of that app.
Well, we all want to get rid of Slack.
Yeah. So yeah, short term, it's definitely getting there where it's getting more blurred. I think the big difference at this point probably is, well, I say this, but this doesn't really matter anymore. This is just like consistency for consistency's sake, is web apps still don't have like native controls really. Mm-hmm. Like you can't have like a Android nav bar in a web app. That's not like, you don't get access to the same UI elements that Java apps can do. Or like, a PWA on Windows doesn't get to access all the Win32 controls. But I mean, again, like Electron and all these other cross-platform kits have sort of phased out the idea of your system looking native in the first place. That's not a big deal anymore, I guess.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, but like Microsoft is definitely leading in that direction. Like you mentioned, like the task manager, I think PWAs installed on Windows show up as a different process. I'm not sure. They definitely show up as a different entry in the start menu and also the add or remove programs setting in Windows. Also Windows 10X, which is supposed to come this year. PWA is like one of the main development platforms for that.
Okay.
So it's getting there. Now it's just like the technology. I think what the hurdle now is the same hurdle that's existed this whole time, is PWA. It's easier to turn a website into a PWA than it is to take a desktop application and go, okay, we need to rewrite this to run in a web browser.
Right.
That's a bigger ask. Especially since Electron has all its own add-ons on top of Chromium or the V8 JavaScript engine. And so even if a company's starting with Electron, they still have to rewrite a lot of code. Because they have to replace all the bits that only Electron could do in the before times with the modern equivalents. Mm-hmm. And also, I think there's also a little bit of a hesitancy because PWAs are more secure than desktop apps. And I think we're getting a little bit of the same effect we are with like Facebook and Snapchat staying on really old Android target APIs for a long time, so they could avoid like permissions prompts and all the extra security, because Google has been very careful to build a lot of this extra functionality, like as safe as could possibly happen. Because like you don't want to go to a random website and then they can read your entire hard drive. That's not good.
No kidding.
Corbin's been on long enough that his mic is going out for the second time. Okay, hold
on. The double up of me.
Okay. So yeah, I think there's a little bit of a hesitancy to go to PWAs also because native apps will always give you more control, and there's a lot more. There's more friction with it. Like I added, so on PhotoStack, my photo editor, when you're ready to export your images, when I made the app originally, I had them just download the images into a zip file, and that doesn't need like any permissions. It's just like, oh, you're downloading a file.
Yeah.
But last year, Google added this new file access API where you could tell the browser or a website could ask to access a folder. And then additionally, they could also ask if they could write to the folder. So I implemented that in PhotoStack. But so what happens is that when you get to the part where it's done editing the photos, I still have the old option there for, old browsers or whatever. And then the new option, when you click the new option, first you have to pick the folder it's allowed to see. And you can't pick like desktop or the home folder or these other locations where Google's like, websites probably don't need this. This is too high level, like Android does now, where apps aren't supposed to look at the root system. So you have to pick a folder that's not desktop or home or downloads or whatever. And then you have to click an additional prompt that says the app can modify this folder, and then it'll let you. So there's more protections in place, which is good for me, but maybe not good if like I'm a big company whose model is harvesting data.
Yeah.
Or fully controlling the computer. Like during the pandemic, all these articles came out about these like basically rootkits that teachers wanted installed on kids' computers to make sure they weren't like alt tabbing to something during a test.
Yeah. Which is hilarious, but
and it's so terrible. Like some of those were like tracking the kids' eyes movements. Is like, how is this going to fucking look at the test for 90% for 100% of the time I was taking a test? I looked at the ceiling, I looked at my like legs, I looked at like around the room because I was bored.
Let's be honest, there's also a point where you're crossing into horrific privacy violations to be doing some of this stuff. And legit, I swear I would be putting on sunglasses just to be like, nope, you don't get to do this. It's not happening.
Cody fails middle school.
That would be funny. Anyway, I guess the thing that sparked this thought for me, kind of going back to the beginning of this, I've been thinking how much anything that resembles a web application versus like your typical quote unquote web page where you're just going there and getting information. More and more, I'm just thinking about how much, for so many people, the only app they actually have open at any given time is Chrome or Edge or name whatever browser. And it's reached the point, I'm sure for a lot of people, I'm obviously not one of them, but I imagine there are even probably people listening to this show that are. I can't help but think that for so many of them, they just open Chrome, and there is like Chrome might spawn off a few windows for you. If you've got a PWA running, it'll run in its own window. You've got scenarios where you have some stuff happening, but at this point, it seems so weird to think of your web apps and just looking up information are both things that live in the exact same space. And at this point, it feels like, or it seems like the OS probably should be making more of an open option, I guess, to allow for these things to just exist as kind of a surface layer on top of the OS in a way. And also,
Yeah.
like I mentioned before, I envision we do still need some sort of ability to have browser options.
So you're thinking more like PWA should just be like another runtime on my computer.
Well, the
And not-
PWAs wouldn't be the runtime, but Chrome would be.
Right.
And
Well,
you know, so one of the scenarios I also had in what I was thinking of is there might be a PWA I want to run under Firefox for whatever reason. I don't know why, but you know, maybe I really want that to run under Firefox. Maybe there's another that needs to run under Chrome. I like the idea of being able to just run an application that launches it under that context, and then if down the road I realize, you know what, maybe this other one supports it better, I could just literally go in and change which thing is which runtime is destined to actually execute this.
yeah. Well, it's I think this would be more of a priority if there were more viable browser options.
Yeah, that's
But I think this is like a symptom of just everyone using Chrome. So this isn't like an idea that's really anyone cares about. Like the OS level stuff, it's getting to be that way on Windows with Edge. Like when I package PhotoStack as a Windows Store app, it's just like on Android where it has like its own app icon and all that stuff, but then it just spawns a Chrome process. Like it's the same thing on Windows 10, where when you have a PWA on the store, it just spawns Edge.
right.
And actually, Microsoft told me like if someone on like a really old build of Windows 10 downloads this and they don't have Edge, it'll tell them to download Edge first and then it'll run.
Makes sense.
Although the issue with swapping browsers would be you'd lose whatever local data the PW had, probably, or at least settings.
Yeah, I would expect so. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably another reason why that's not going to happen.
Though,
But
strictly speaking, that seems like something that could be solved with it fairly easily.
yeah, it could be solved, but again, there's not like an incentive to do that really. And also,
I guess this all would have been a lot more likely when
yeah.
Microsoft was still making its own browser.
Yeah, but and like this is like that is still one of the like biggest strengths of PWAs though, is that you can choose. Now it's like what flavor of Chrome do you want to run it on, but it's still like you can choose the environment to some degree. Like I don't get a choice that Slack wants to run an entire copy of Chrome on my computer at all times.
Yeah, and that definitely seems like a problem that should be solved.
Yeah, I get Slack could have been a PWA like years ago. Like really the only thing I think they do that you can't do in a browser is like maybe some of the desktop sharing stuff. But like I get, you can just tell those people to download the Electron.
I don't know. I think you can do that.
You can do some kind of desktop mirroring in a web app, but I don't know like what the limits are. But again, like yeah, like Slack could have been a PD, and it's like again, like Slack already runs in the web browser. They just need to implement push notifications, but they don't want to do that. And and I'm sure it's because like, you know, it's the same thing with mobile development where having Electron and all of the default permissions that comes from a native desktop app. Like if they want to do something, like they can just turn it on at any time. They don't need to ask anyone's permission. Whereas with a PWA, like you'd be like, oh, you know, you have to do the thing like Facebook like nudges you to, where it's like, hey, you see that allow button up there? You need to go click that. Click that, please now. Click that, or we'll block you from using this website.
Oh, Facebook. Honestly, so okay, I know that this is a tangent, like total irrelevant tangent at this point, but since events have taken place, there was a recent rejiggering of some kind with all of the like permissions or whatever with AP's Facebook group. And as a result, for whatever reason, everyone who's a manager on there was removed and re-added. So I don't know how or why, but this has also broken my settings. And now I cannot figure out a way to stop this. But since I'm the manager of a page, I now get notifications for every time somebody comments on an AP article. And I'm getting this on my personal notifications, and yes, even on my phone. This is driving me crazy. I'm at this stage, this might be reason enough for me to just quit Facebook. Or at least I'm tempted to mute all notifications from Facebook and basically just treat it as Facebook is now just Messenger and nothing else. And I'm not even sure that's sufficient.
I'm fortunate that there's no one I know that like has a hard requirement of only talk to me on Facebook. So I've been fortunate in that respect. Although like at this point, I don't really know if Discord's much better, because Discord's getting a little bloaty.
Yeah, it is. Sadly, I have a few friends on Facebook that they only use Facebook. They will not use anything else. They're not interested in using anything else. And I still want to keep in touch with them in at least some capacities. So I can't completely cut it out. But to be fair, I could just bookmark like their profiles and just make a point of loading them up every once in a while to see if something's going on when I care about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hate everything about Facebook. It is such a bad experience.
No, it's garbage. And like I saw, they announced some new, or they showed some demos of like some VR and AR stuff they're working on. And I'm just like, I don't care, right? They could make the best damn VR headset in the world, and I'm not buying it because I'm not buying anything of theirs.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. All these
Like,
YouTubers were playing with the Oculus Go, and I saw it, and it's like, you know, that kind of looks fun. I wonder if, and then I stopped myself.
It looks great. Like that's because like my issue with the VR, like I got to get the headset out again, and maybe it'll be better now that I have a little bit more space. But like, I would love to just take my VR games and go stand in, you know, my living room that currently has no furniture in it and play some VR games and not worry about hitting my monitor. But the only option to do that is to buy hardware from this company who is evil.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. Requiring you to log in with a Facebook account.
Yeah.
And just the weird tracking that they've been known to do with their Oculus stuff. And
I'm not even going to venture to guess the amount of activity that a Facebook hardware device would do on my network.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, can I man in the middle attack my own home? That's great. Where do I buy it?
I mean, it's already bad enough that they use some pretty sneaky tactics to try to push developers to include the Facebook SDK in their own apps, and that Facebook SDK holy crap, the stuff that thing does. It is invasive as hell and is doing a lot of stuff that no developer should be subjecting their users to. And if they're not like open and upfront about that SDK being there, that's cringeable already.
Oh wow. So I just opened I had my phone plugged in, so I opened Dex to check something, and I opened the Play Store, and the Play Store told me I can download a COVID tracing app because North Carolina has a COVID tracing app.
Yep.
This is great. Georgia still doesn't fucking have one.
I don't remember quite how long ago it was, but Oregon finally got theirs together a few months back. We were definitely on the later end, though. We took a lot longer than we should have.
Man, I really wish Google and Apple had done this in a way where it didn't require
state by state.
Well, just governments in general.
Yeah.
But like I know also like part of this issue is like, oh, we're a federalist country. Like this is the downside of having 50 independent governments in our one country.
51 counting DC, and like 70 something if you count territories. But this is something that pissed me off so much when the COVID tracing app thing first started being a reality. My first, well, even before it was a reality, when they were still just talking about it being something the states would be doing, it's like it struck me as an immediate, why on earth don't we just have one thing? Yeah. And when it took months and months for some states, and obviously some states still haven't even done it, like, come on. There are people out there who are actually willing to use this. They're not terrified that they're being stalked or something. These are the people who don't think Bill Gates is trying to inject them with a GPS tracker. Like, there are people who are saying, yeah, you know what? I'd kind of like to know if I get exposed. And if by some chance I get exposed and possibly get someone else sick, I'd want them to know. There are people out there who are perfectly content with this approach. Don't make them wait for every single state to get their crap together, especially people who travel state to state fairly often for perfectly legitimate reasons, like for example truckers. Come on, it is so stupid.
I know why it has to be this way, but it's dumb and I hate it. Like at least like I feel like Google and Apple could have done a thing where there's or in Android's case, like in-play services, at least turn on the functionality that like gives me like a single button or something for this. Like a lot of the states, like they want to add a little bit of extra stuff. Like they want they want the databases to plug into their hospitals or whatever. Like that's cool if they want to do that, but just give everyone like the button that says I have COVID. Warn everyone who's been around me, please.
Yeah. And it actually, as it stands, I look at Oregon's, and honestly, Oregon's has like nothing to it. That it's just a they're all 3-page app that tells you, have I got an exposure notification? One, to share your test result, and then another page that has 2 settings and a button to share this app with other people. That's it.
Yeah, no, because again, they're all taking the same code sample Google made probably a year ago. Like, okay, so I just installed the North Carolina app, and then the Play Store has a link to other COVID trace apps.
Any chance
and I have kind
of like this?
Yeah, I have the listing for the Washington app. It looks almost the same. Yeah, like again, like they're all taking the same, Android Studio that Google released at some point, and they just add their signature and their couple extra plugins to it.
I mean, it's very obvious when you see the artwork is obviously Google's artwork.
Yeah.
Because I'm not saying other companies and people aren't going to copy or use similar styles, but it's very obviously Google's artwork here.
Yeah. And I like how the app tells me that like 700,000 people have downloaded this. I'm pretty sure there's more than 700,000 people in North Carolina.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, I don't... let's be honest. I don't think I would even know about the Oregon app if I wasn't looking for it. I don't think most people know that this is a thing, even if they'd be willing to use it. If you don't open the Play Store, you're not going to hear about it or get a notification.
Yeah.
Maybe if you visit Google, like the search engine, maybe it might pop up a notification from time to time telling people that this exists in their state. But I'm sure there are scenarios where people would stumble across this, but I don't think it's widely advertised in the way that it should be.
Yeah. Nope, that's yeah. So anyway, yep, that Federalist system is working out great for us. That's cool. I have a COVID tracing app now. North Carolina is looking good. Good job. You've done the bare minimum, North Carolina. You compiled the app. I'm proud of you. Still voted red though.
Yeah, well, sometimes you can't fix things.
I will help change that. My one vote will change the tide.
Wait, what the hell? Okay, and I search on the Play Store for the Oregon notification app, and I can't even find it. I just...
Oh, Oregon. I was looking at the Washington one.
Which, funny enough, the Washington one, it's basically the same icon, but with a different color. So yeah, they're not even trying to change the icon.
You said Oregon?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. AP has the link to Oregon, but you said you can't find it with like search.
So I have it up on stream right now, and yeah, it's not in here.
Oregon COVID.
At least not with Oregon exposure notifications, which is
the
actual name of the app when you install it.
Yeah, so when I search for Oregon, or I said Oregon, Oreo COVID. No, I don't want Oreo COVID. See, the Play Store is telling me the following apps are available in your area. So I wonder, well, like that shouldn't affect you because you're actually in Oregon.
Right. Okay, now I'm searching
unless
just
you're not,
Oregon COVID.
Unless you're not in Oregon and you've been lying to me this whole time.
I mean,
you could be in any you could be in any heavily remote area. We have a lot of those.
Don't expose me. Nobody needs to know I'm in Mexico. I secretly ran down to Cancun. I saw Ted Cruz. It was awkward.
Anything with him is awkward.
That's what she said.
Aw, they don't have Play Store reviews on the Oregon app.
Okay, legit. I've been scrolling for a really long time now with just Oregon COVID as the search, and I still haven't found it. It's not here. I mean, I obviously know it actually exists because, again, I've downloaded it, but what the hell?
That's funny. What if they put Google took it down because they were trying to put PayPal links in?
Oh jeez, that would be kind of funny. Okay, yeah. So let's.
They were trying to sell appointments in the app, and they weren't giving Google 30%.
Yeah. Okay. going through AP's link, they easily found it, but man, that just. Oh, here's what I was looking for too. Install count, 1,000 plus. 1,000 plus.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Oregon bad, yo.
Yeah.
We didn't even hit
Yeah.
5,000. I think 5,000 was the next step up. Maybe it's 10,000. But still,
Oregon. I think
holy.
I think it's 5. Let me see. Oregon population.
I was just gonna look up North Carolina, Bob.
4 million. That is slightly more than 1,000.
Okay, so North Carolina does have substantially more people, but man, your download numbers are way higher by proportion.
The ratios. Hold on. North Carolina population. How many people do we have? We have 11. Oh wait.
You've got 10.5 million people in North Carolina.
Okay. So yeah, that's a that's a much better ratio. Oh.
So
Cody's getting COVID.
yeah, you have basically I guess that's 2.5. You have 2.5 times the number of people we do, and your download number, what was your download number? 700,000, you said? No, wait.
The app, when I installed the app, it gave me an actual number, like in the app, so it wasn't just the Play Store. So I
see.
I don't know if it's doing that. Maybe that's like custom code that's also counting the iOS. Here, I'll just check the Play Store. What does the Play Store say? That's an apples to apples comparison. North Carolina lottery. No, not lottery. COVID.
Okay.
Slow COVID NC has 100,000 plus. So yeah, the next step up in the Play Store, that would be 1 million. So yeah, that does check out.
No, I think 500,000. Yeah, 500,000.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's 100, 500 next step up. So, but still, you got more than 2.5 times our download number by like a few. Oh my god. This state sucks.
Hold on. Oh shit, we're doing better than DC. DC has 10,000. No wait, but that was
but DC has like no
DC. Yeah, you're right. So DC's good. Oh, this is fascinating.
I know. I kind of want to look at all the states' COVID apps to see.
I might ask if I can do like an article about like get some graphs going. That'd be fascinating, especially if the Apple App Store gives numbers.
They don't.
Okay.
See, I was just gonna say, I think I'm gonna tell AP to do this post. Though, to be perfectly honest, I bet people at AP won't be into doing this post. Because the comments will be absolutely guts and gore. People hating on this.
They would, yeah, absolutely. I just tried to type Hawaii and I typed some weird mix of Huawei and Hawaii. I was trying to see, the Hawaii app has 50,000 and the state of Hawaii has a population of 1.4 million.
Yeah, so
that's good.
Fewer people than Oregon, way more downloads. Yeah. There's no version of this where Oregon looks.
I want to try Alabama. Alabama's got to be. I feel like that's, if there's a state where people are least likely to download this kind of app. Alabama has 100,000 plus. How many people in Alabama? Alabama. Sweet home Alabama. 5 million. Yeah.
Okay.
How does
I found the worst. I found the worst.
What's the worst?
Well, worst in the sense of it makes Oregon look so bad.
Right. That's what we're here to do.
Guam, with a population of 167,000 people, has 10,000 plus installs. They've got more installs than us, and barely. Oh my god! Like one of our small cities, well, medium-sized cities for Oregon.
Yeah, wait. How many in Guam?
167,000 people.
Oh, that's a good ratio.
Oh,
Dang.
we got ratioed the out.
That might be like most people there. Like that's probably like you, because like the Play Store, the next one up would be 500,000. So Guam doesn't even have.
No. They got 10,000 plus downloads. So next bump up would be 50,000.
Oh, I was on the wrong Play Store. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So by that number, they got somewhere between.
Hold on. I took a math class. I can figure this out. All right. So we got 168,801 divided by 10.
Corbin's working this out.
000. Yes. No, I didn't.
You did. I was gonna say you're doing it
Yeah.
wrong. But
I did do it wrong.
it's 10,000
Okay.
divided by 167. Blah blah blah.
Look, I took one semester in college before I dropped out. I think I ended that with an A though. Okay, so that's 5%. So
Actually, well, let's round up. They got at minimum.
oh yeah, it is. Yeah,
At
it is
minimum,
5.
they've got 6% of their population to download this app.
Yeah. So okay. So now I want to try. Okay. So it's 10,000. So let's say 49,999 people download it, because that would be the highest number without the Play Store jumping up, and then divide that by 168,801. Okay, so that could be 30%.
Whereas Oregon's minimum percentage is 0.02% of Oregon.
Yeah.
Yikes. I'm getting COVID.
And I just moved to a densely populated area, Cody.
Okay, and strictly speaking, let's give for crazy benefit of the doubt for Oregon, just because let's say they've had 4,999 downloads. They're just that one short.
Yeah, we gave Guam a free pass. You can see what happens when we give Oregon a free pass.
If we do that, Oregon could have as much as a 0.11% download rate.
Yeah, you're getting COVID.
Oh, to be fair, these tracing apps are mostly garbage. They're not really accomplishing much, but it is fun to make fun of how little anybody cares about these apps, at least in Oregon.
Yeah.
No one should come to Oregon.
I wonder how hard Google's pushing these. Like, because I got the one alert when I opened the Play Store, but like I could have like scrolled past it if I wasn't looking careful. Like, if I went long enough, would I eventually get a push notification?
That's actually a pretty good question. I guess I wonder the same thing, because I don't have. I mean, I've already downloaded the app, so I doubt I would get another notification on my account unless. Let's find out. Here's a phone where the app is not installed. And this could be account-based or it could be phone-based. So first I'm looking at that. Then I'm going to check if I switch accounts, if the app gets recommended. Which, still technically they could be caching or doing something, but I don't think that's going to be the case. All right.
Yeah, Austin said, what's the iOS to Android usage in Guam?
Oh, that's a fair question.
Yeah.
Though
that's the other part of this, is that I would love App Store numbers, because the US is iPhone's biggest market. I think maybe China at this point, but iOS is pretty dominant here, so that would be interesting to know.
Wow. My Pixel 2 just went wildly ape shit while I was scrolling the Play Store. It just force rebooted.
Oh, oh yeah.
That's new.
I love the soft reboots. Which are very common in the old times.
Just randomly, it like screen just went off and it started flickering the boot screen, which was also weird. The boot screen actually flickered, which I have not seen that happen ever. I feel like I'm doom scrolling, just looking to see if they're going to give me a notification or some sort of a banner about, hey, download the notifications app. Legit, I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I wonder. That'd be interesting. And I bet that's something like if I tried to email someone at Google, they wouldn't have an answer for me.
Oh, how would they?
Well, I mean, someone at Google knows, but that person is probably not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah. Okay, so also looking at the notifications that I received, none of them mention...
Looking at the notifications, you have COVID, you have COVID.
Well, no. I mean the Play Store notifications. Because they also have that separate screen for notifications that you can look at. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't have any mention of it either. Though, honestly, all they do with those notifications is advertise apps. And only for their partners, so who cares?
Well, when you... Crap. There's that thing in Android where you can see your notification history. I don't know if you can filter it by apps, though. Notification history. Oh, you have to turn it on. I don't have it on. Okay.
Okay, and I was going to say, I don't know that I've ever actually looked at that.
I only know about it because I was writing the post about new stuff in Android 11. I think it's new in 11. And I was running out of things to talk about that normal people would care about and weren't just like new APIs.
I know that feeling.
Yeah. We were like, all right, let's get 11 for Android 11. I'm like, oh, okay.
You know, one thing I love?
You've never...
just I see this at the moment and I just have to bring it up. I love that the Opinion Rewards app still identifies, oh, we noticed that you may have gone to Costco. Would you like to tell us what you got by taking a photo of the receipt? Why, sure. I'd love for you to pay me a few cents so I can show you I bought water.
Yeah.
Again.
Every time Google sends me that one, it's never anywhere I've been. Like it has a maybe 1% correct rate.
Well,
like it's all.
Now that you're in a real state, maybe it will.
I mean, like okay, so when I was in Georgia, like every time I'd go somewhere, I would drive by, or I would park next to some kind of strip mall or other area with like a bunch of closely connected stores. So like I get why I would ask for stores that weren't exactly what I went into. Like it was never the store I went into. Like I would go to Target and then be like, oh, did you go to any one of these gas stations that are like on the opposite side of the road or on the other side of town? Mm-hmm. Like, no, I never did that. And then it would still give me 5 cents. I'm like, all right, let's go.
Yeah. No, I've definitely had similar experiences, though it's usually not it's not the Opinion Rewards stuff. It's like if I look at just Google Maps for like the timeline, the history of where you've been, that is super common. It'll pick the wrong place. Mm-hmm. But Opinion Rewards, it's eerily good at picking, oh, you went into this store. We want to know what you bought. Yeah, I don't know why, but those two seem very different in their accuracy.
Oh.
And I'm not sure which one I'd rather have be right.
Well, I didn't expect this good of a ratio for installs in North Carolina. That's pretty good.
Neither did I, but I also didn't think Oregon was going to be anywhere near that low.
No, that's really bad. I thought you were supposed to have your shit together.
No, well, I do, but Oregon doesn't.
I know you had a little bit of an insurrection last year, but we'll put that aside.
A little bit, and one.
Is there multiple?
Yeah, there actually were.
Oh.
Yeah, our Capitol building was. I don't think invaded is necessarily the right word, but that happened. We had a few things happen. The federal agents attacking Portland, that happened. The ongoing riots that just basically.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. We also had those. I don't know if this was 2020 or 2019, but we also had those Republican state senators, not the ones that are in federal Senate, but the state senators.
Right.
We had a bunch of those guys refusing to show up for a vote, and like two of them just straight up said, "We're gonna shoot police if they come to arrest us."
Yeah, that's the one I remember you talking about. I remember all the Portland stuff, but for some reason I never associate Portland with like Oregon in my brain. Like I always think it's like somewhere
That's
up
okay.
there.
You're just like the rest of the state.
Yeah. I'm just like, oh, it's like, I guess, I don't know, maybe my brain thinks it's in Washington, I don't know. But, yeah. Dang, North Carolina, you go. Still gonna get COVID, though, and the app's not gonna tell me. Because, again, it's just Bluetooth.
I mean, statistical odds.
Yeah.
But no, our state is not good at things.
It's a state. It's trying. It exists, kind of.
Oregon is very U.S.
Okay, well, I gotta take Daisy out, or she'll eat my leg. So I'll go now.
All right, man. Well,
yeah.
You're only leaving, I think, 2 hours after you said that you were going to take off, so
yeah,
that works.
Well, again, yeah, I mean, the pizza stays frozen, so
it's
not a big. Yeah, I don't have anyone begging me to get them dinner anymore, except me, and also Daisy begging to let me pee outside. So I'll go let her do that.
Yeah, well, that's not going to change.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, take it easy, man. Good having you by, and we'll chat with you next week, I think.
Hopefully. Probably. Okay.
Cool.
Okay, bye.
Later, man. All right. So, let's see. Your health department spokesperson dressed up as a clown during the COVID update. Yeah, I know. That was... There's no denying Oregon does things badly. Even when we try to do good things, we do them very, very badly. That was easily one of the cringiest things that I saw that week. Though, to be fair, so many other things happened in that week and recent weeks. Maybe that isn't the cringiest, because after all, we've all seen news of well, basically everything Marjorie Taylor Greene has ever said, and it's pretty bad. Fortunately, she's not our state. Anyway, so let's see. Do we have any new topics? I've kind of been watching, but nothing has been suggested. Let's see. I'm gonna quickly clean up a few tabs, and then I wanted to take a look at, but haven't actually looked at yet, the new iOS developer lawsuit that has come up. Android DP2. I have not looked at that at all. I mean, not even... I'm aware it happened, but I did not... I haven't taken a look at it at all yet. Okay, why is it? Okay, I need to fix the side... Why is it all my browser sources are completely wonky? I had to fix all of them today. Okay, and let's... I guess we can make this a little wider now. Huh. I do not get what's happening. Anyway. Let's see. Verge's title, which seems maybe a little possibly iffy. iOS developer who drew attention to App Store scams is now suing Apple. Mobile developer with a name I'm not even going to try to say, who publicly called out Apple earlier this year for negligence with regard to policing iOS scams and copycat apps on the App Store, has filed a lawsuit against the iPhone maker in California. He's accusing the company of exploiting its monopoly power over iOS apps. Blah, blah, blah. K-Paw LLC. Okay, so that's a name. Which he co-owns with his partner, Ashley, filed its complaint in Santa Clara County on Wednesday. It details the development and release timeline of their Apple Watch keyboard app, FlickType. Why is it's always keyboard apps? It's the developers of keyboard apps have a weird tendency to make a lot of drama. At the time, he began accusing Apple of abetting App Store scams early last month. Abetting, interesting choice of words. He revealed that his FlickType app had been targeted by competing software he says either didn't work well or didn't work at all, and yet nonetheless chipped away at these sales and App Store rankings through false advertising and the purchase of fake reviews. After he complained, he said Apple did not do enough to combat the scams, though Apple did later remove some of the apps he called attention to. Okay, this is pretty credible as a lawsuit, actually. Because this is something people have been complaining about for ages, and Apple has very, very, very clearly done nothing to help this situation. Claims join a chorus of growing complaints against Apple and the App Store. Some developers, competing tech companies, regulators, and now state lawmakers have accused the mobile marketplace of being a monopoly in software distribution that harms competition and keeps consumers paying higher prices. Interesting. I would argue maybe the higher prices thing could be argued as not necessarily the case, but it varies by your perspective. Epic Games, blah blah blah. Match Group, blah blah blah. Don't care. This is all context. In the complaint, he goes further into detail about what he claims is wrongful behavior from Apple, including alleged false advertising, breach of its developer agreement, and fraud. One notable claim involves Apple trying to acquire FlickType, after which he says he faced roadblock after roadblock to selling the software on the App Store. The complaint suggests Apple chose not to take action on scam and copyright apps in an effort to force him to sell his app to Apple. Evidently, Apple thought plaintiff would simply give up and sell application to Apple at a discount, the complaint reads. Yeah, the fact that Apple tried to buy this app actually is interesting. That raises a lot of potential issues. At the heart of the dispute, let's see, is this... Okay, that's more just random context stuff. He expressed interest in Apple acquiring the software, yet negotiations went quiet. Afterward, he claims Apple removed his FlickType keyboard app and refused to approve future versions, as well as a note-taking variant on which he thinks are suspicious grounds. Yeah, he's got a really strong case here. Even if even if he screwed up something, he's got a very strong case here. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not sure that he even needs to go all the way with this. Like, some of the allegations might be easily dismissed, but he's got a solid case. That's gonna be, it's gonna look terrible for Apple. Okay, I don't really have much of an opinion on this, I guess, outside of the fact that he has a solid case, and Apple has been known to do some really shady stuff when it's trying to buy apps. So that really backs it up. And of course, Apple is notorious for not really doing much about scam apps. Okay, let's see, developer preview 2. Okay, so DP2 came out today. What are the additions? Okay. Oh yeah, Apple 100% settled that case. They'd be stupid not to, because the publicity, the mere publicity, if this were to hit national news in any context, I mean, it's already, like, The Verge covering is bad enough. If it gets any more publicity than that, it's going to become one of those stories that every lawmaker is going to point to and say, yeah, something needs to be done about Apple. And even if it's completely out of context, they'll just point to that story as, look at the type of crap Apple's doing, and it becomes bad reputation at a time Apple really can't afford that bad reputation, because regulators want to start cracking down on them. Okay, so DP2 rolls out today, and though it still isn't meant for general consumption just yet, it introduces quite a few new technical tweaks that app makers and Android enthusiasts will enjoy playing with. I doubt that's true, but okay. While we start digging for undocumented changes, here's a small list of tweaks to pursue in the latest release. Peruse in the latest release. Alright, so 5G state detection for apps. You can, so it can tell if you're connected to a 5G network and make changes based on that. I thought this was already in there. Like, I was almost 100% certain that was added either in the first developer preview, or maybe part of me thought Android 11, but I don't know. Maybe it was 12. Hinge angle detection for foldables, presumably similar to the Galaxy Flip. Okay. Yeah, alright, fine. There are so few phones that take advantage of this, it doesn't seem necessary to highlight that, but it is a thing. Call screening improvements with stir, shaken, which I'm pretty sure those are supposed to be in the opposite order, but okay. Call screening improvements with stir, shaken verification, the ability to report a call rejection's reason, support for a new post-call screen for actions, and contactless verification. Is this really an Android 12 improvement, or is that the phone app getting an improvement? Better variable refresh rate support. I wonder if... I hadn't really thought about this before, but I've heard people complain that it's very noticeable when the refresh rate changes on an app. A small part of me wonders if maybe there could be a thing where apps shift between frame rates instead of just bumping from one to the next. Let's see. Yeah, the shake and stir stuff definitely existed prior to Android 12. Actually, I could be wrong, but I think it was as early as Android 10. But it might not have been Android 10. It could have been the phone app alone. It's so unclear because they've had a lot of stuff happens in just one app or in the OS at various times. But yeah, basically a lot of stuff happens in the phone app instead of the OS, and then it eventually makes its way to the OS. So I'm not entirely sure. Resume on reboot update feature to allow apps to run after OTAs are installed, so no missed messages as your phone waits for you to unlock it. Should you schedule updates to be installed overnight? Wasn't this already a thing too? That's the whole marking your apps so that they can run in encrypted mode, or running outside of encryption. I swear that some of this stuff is old. More privacy tweaks, including camera and microphone permission changes and more scope storage improvements. Have to see what that looks like. And neural network API improvements. Okay, weird that that's a separate thing, but sure. Alright, and this is for Pixel 2 and later. Which means the Pixel 2 will be it'll get it'll get the final update, and then that'll be as far as they take it, most likely. Okay, so the improvements are good. There's nothing in here that's like exciting in this list, I don't think. It's mostly just we improved a few things. And the couple things here that they're saying are new, to me they don't sound new. They sound like stuff that's already here. Maybe they changed how it worked? I don't know. Michelle's Twitter thread has more updates. Yeah, I hate looking at that thing. Let's see. Yeah, sure, we'll just search for it on Twitter. Okay. Okay. Damn it. Okay. Twitter frustrates me with its bad design, or at least the way people use it. Did I skip over a relevant thread here? Because these are all short. Oh, here we go. Alright. Wait. So we posted this today. Is it updated? No. We posted this today, but he was posting stuff last night. Or yesterday. What time? Yeah, he was posting stuff yesterday. Why did we post stay, unless maybe this is the downloads are now available. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. So, new widget picker and the pixel launcher. Yeah, don't care. Pixel launcher is testing a revamped search bar that's on device and isn't tied to the Google app. Alright, whatever. Not sure what this no overlay quick setting tile does. Suspect it's a testing feature. Okay. So something for random stuff. Dark theme shade. It's getting even lighter and lighter. Okay. It's mentioned in the official changelog, but picture-in-picture stashing and double tap to resizing gestures are now official in developer preview 2. Okay. So evidently they've decided that they're actually going to keep going down those roads. Though I guess this picture-in-picture stashing and the double tap to resize, those weren't problems. They're not bad gestures. They make sense. You can unbridge apps from specific notification listeners. Okay, that's good. Though, okay, no, that's good. That makes sense, because if you've got an app you don't trust to be able to see notifications, and it's listening in on like your conversations or something like that, that's good. I can get behind this. That's something they needed to have. Though I think I would briefly complain they kind of hide it too far. Think about how many apps you'd have to go into if you wanted to say, I don't want... Let's just hypothetical. Let's just say that you have really private reasonably private messages coming in on, I don't know, let's just pretend WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger or whatever. If you have really private messages coming in, you would want to be able to say, look, I just don't want anyone to be able to access notifications from this app. That would make a lot more sense. And vice versa, I can see saying, hey, I've got an... Well, then you don't turn on notification access. But, yeah, it seems like you should be able to limit this. Or, I wonder if it does work in both directions. I don't know how you would test that. I'll update it to this later and check into it. Austin, AP is slacking. Usually is, yeah. They've added face-based auto rotation, but it's currently hidden behind a flag. That's nice. Because that is one of the reasons I don't actually leave auto rotation turned on most of the time, is because I'll be lying down in bed and using the phone, or even on the couch. I might just be lying horizontally on the couch and just have the phone in position so I can read it clearly without it rotating. Okay, so DP2 has added the smart forwarding feature we found long back in iOS. Don't have multiple SIM cards in this device to test. Smart forward, okay. Cool, whatever. Okay, that notification is nothing. Google is continuing to work on making Android 12 more one-handed friendly. Caught a glimpse of it in DP1 with the silky home flag, but there's now a bunch of other V2 layouts, including for app info and system dashboard. Okay. Turn screen darker now has, looks like, oh, I see. No, I don't. Okay. Oh, I see. It's just merging some stuff together. All right, whatever. As mentioned before, DB1 is, there's some major and some subtle changes coming to the lock screen. The subtle changes include a slight tweak to the pin view and also a thick line for the pattern input. Man, a lot of this stuff, like, I'm not saying that it's bad to mention some of this stuff, but man, some of this stuff is the same things that I used to get in arguments in over, like, tear down and update posts, because I would come across something like they slightly changed the color of a background or some icons, and to me, I'm looking at this and it's like, I don't care. It's not, anyone who doesn't use this app on a weekly base, or a daily basis, doesn't care about this stuff. They come, they use the app, they're here for the features. They're not looking at an icon color. So, you know, there's a lot of this stuff is like that kind of level change. They tweak some text, or they merged a couple options together on a menu. I mean, fine, go ahead and enumerate that, but it's not super interesting stuff. Okay, so they've officially added the one-handed mode. Not sure why you do this, but settings has added a toggle for flipping on-off 2G. I'm assuming, I mean, actually that does make sense. You would want to flip off 2G if for some reason your phone is being stupid and auto-connecting you to just 2G. Like, I've seen this, not 2G, but I have seen phones that should be getting 4G connectivity, for whatever reason, defaulting down to 3G. It does happen. So, yeah, that's actually a reasonable setting. Let's see. Hidden gaming toolbar now has a dashboard, but it's still very incomplete. You can toggle a few settings and launch YouTube to start a live stream, but not much else. Okay. I didn't realize there was a gaming toolbar, but good, I guess. Working on a quick setting tile for showing the device controls screen. Why? Okay. I'm curious how that'll be a tile. Like, what'll it toggle if you just tap on it? I know some of the toggles don't actually toggle. They are just shortcuts to screens, but I'm curious what that would toggle if it were to toggle something. Anyway, all right, pixel code names make an appearance in the stub APK for Android Auto. Oriole and Raven have previously appeared in the Google Camera app, as well as a few other spots. Yeah, code names or whatever. Let's see. Speaking of pixels, all right, so just more about the 5A. Wouldn't read too much into the Pixel 5e name. A prototype of the Pixel 5 was called the Pixel 5S, so something like that could happen again. Yeah. Something I've harped on it several times is names change. Hey, C. Saldana, how's it going, man? Let's see. Okay. Pixel launcher, testing. Oh, the search bar. Okay. It's just a restyled search bar. Pixel launcher added a fake QR code, which leads to the very real website of Jonna Prague? Or Johan Prague? Yeah, Johan Prague. Okay. I don't think that really means that it's a fake QR code. But okay. Google's Pixel Launcher in Android 12 has a hidden taskbar that lets you launch your most recent apps from any screen. A hidden taskbar that lets you launch your most recent apps from any screen. What is that? This seems to me like something that you would add for like a Dex clone or something like that. See, Saldana, green screen. Wait, oh. Now that's broke. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's weird. It was fine earlier. Okay, something about the cropping of that went really, really wildly off. Okay. It's so weird, the stuff that changes from it. You close OBS, reopen it, and it will, and stuff just changes. Or maybe it doesn't change, maybe it just behaves differently. I don't know. But let's do a little bit of cropping on this. And since I'm lazy, I'm just going to do it this way. I'll move myself a little more to the center of the screen. Well, part of it is the color is, or the screen isn't really lit correctly, so you do have the unnecessary like shading. But it was more that yeah, for some reason the camera was capturing a lot of the stuff beyond the screen. Okay, anyway, yeah, looking at this screen, your most recent apps and or settings, anything like that. I mean, this little bar down here at the bottom, that just looks to me like it's for kind of like a Chrome OS look. It has this same sort of like active apps down at the bottom styling to it, which, yeah, I just think that this is probably, they're implementing something that looks like Chrome OS so that they can do probably some sort of like Android on a larger screen interface. Apps can be restricted from pulling sensor data at a rate above 200 hertz. Okay. I wonder if that... Oh, I don't care enough to open the article and check, but... Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, the left side does. I didn't look closely at it before. Okay. We can do that, too. I wonder if this is because I changed stuff in the gaming profile. Or gaming layout. Okay, if we get... Does that cover it enough? I guess so. Okay. There we go. Okay, so... Yep, this is Pixel 5a. Upcoming phone Grom 2 finishes the inclusion process on the Indian BIS. Okay, whatever. Do not care. Face-based auto-rotate. Looks like it'll be an AOSP feature. It doesn't work at the moment since the rotation resolver service isn't available. Okay. Cool. 2 or 3 dev previews. I don't recall, but I thought it was... now I'm not sure. Android 12 roadmap. Austin says 3. Let's see. I'm looking for their page. Duh. Okay. Started running across the exact wrong page to start with. Okay, here it is. So, yeah, it's gonna be... I'll zoom in here first. So, yep, the February started it. March is their first update, and then April will be the last of the developer previews. Then we go into beta releases for 3 months, and then ostensibly a stable platform in August, which will be their undefined final release phase, maybe. Sleeping on Android 12. Okay, look, there are definitely good improvements, but a lot of what I'm seeing listed in this timeline is it's a lot of little tweaks mostly. I mean, I'm giving credit to the stuff that deserves credit, like the face-based auto-rotate. That's cool. I'm down for that. But you know, this taskbar that shows most recent apps from any screen, I honestly don't think that's going to make it to phones. It could, but I think more than likely this is another one of the features that they're adding for large screen apps, or sorry, large display devices. Why did I say large screen apps? So yeah, I maybe it'll make it to phones, but I kind of doubt it. The revamped search bar it's a styling thing, which isn't even really Android 12, but this is a separate issue. Let's see. A lot of this stuff is kind of about the pixels. What was... Oh. Yeah. Tweaks to the lock screen. Come on. These are just UI tweaks. That kind of stuff. I don't find it interesting that they decided to make lines a little thicker. So, you know, I'm not against this stuff. I just don't think these are big changes. Let's see. The bubbles are buggy. Which, okay, you know, it's something that'll get worked out as previews and beta versions come through. Let's see. Updated people space widget. Select one conversation to show in your widget. Do you have... Why would you only pick one conversation? I mean, I guess I can see why you might want to lock it to one particular person. Like if maybe wife or husband or something, you might want like the constant feed of their conversations. But I feel like I want multiple people to show up in this widget. As long as both options are there, that's good. Let's see. The Monet theming system now affects more places, including deeper in settings. Okay. Not fully sure what impact that's having, not from that screenshot. Google is testing a radical redesign of the lock screen pin input in Android 12 DP2. I gotta admit, I never used the pin input, but previous mode looked like, I'm assuming, looked like, yeah, it didn't have the round buttons at all. I much prefer this look, honestly. I don't like the new look if that's what it's supposed to be. Dear Google, if you're listening now, please stick to this look. It is 1,000 times better than this rounded button look. That is ugly. It is horrendously ugly. Why did I just get a notification? I don't know. So yeah, hopefully that's not happening. New lock screen animation. Oh, that looks super familiar. That looks so familiar. Oh, what phone had that? I think that was this old Samsung lock screen animation or unlocking animation. Maybe I'm wrong. I swear it was Samsung. You would swipe across anywhere to do the unlock, and like it started masking out the lock screen from wherever you started swiping, and it would slowly reveal your launcher or whatever app was behind it as you swept. And once you went so far, the lock just finished happening and everything came to. That looks super familiar. Almost certain that was a Samsung thing. And I agree, it does look really good. I like that. Because right now it's yeah, right now it's basically just straight unlock. It doesn't really do much. It just raises your current it raises the lock screen contents into view, which is fine. I mean, it looks good, but it's not anything particularly special. Okay. Over scroll animation ripple effect for taps. Ooh, the ripple effect. Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's a bit over the top. But if it were toned down just a tiny bit, I would like it. I don't care about the over scroll, I think. Okay. So there's the ripple effect on the animation. Obviously, it would look better in a different situation. The over scroll is just rubber banding. Yeah, I don't care about the over scroll. That's not special. As long as they get rid of the weird shading thing. I don't know how to describe it, and I don't know if it's even still there. I don't think it is. I will look at that right now. Oh, it is. Yeah, I hate their over scroll. There's no way this is going to show up on camera. But yeah, if you're in... Oops. Because I immediately tap into something. If you're at the bottom of a screen and you try to overscroll... Here, I'll switch. Actually, I guess if I go to solo, it should show up on camera, okay. Oh yeah, it definitely shows up. Though I don't know if you see it. It doesn't look like it. Oh, you kind of can see it. The overscroll animation that you get out of the bottom of this, it just doesn't look good. I've never liked that look. it started for a while with just a bit of an overlay that kind of colored the area, but it was like a straight bubble. But if you pull your finger, eventually they changed it so if you pull your finger in one particular direction, the bubble would kind of tilt towards your finger, which is a clever-ish effect, but I never felt like it looked good. So yeah, if they go to kind of a more rubber bandy thing, I mean, they need to fix it in this animation, but because it shows, let's see, this title, the storage title, jumps too fast, but I like the rubber banding more. It just looks better that way. Let's see, and yeah, cheers to the ripple effect. I like that this comment is exactly the opposite opinion. So, okay, that's a thing. It's happening. Honestly, I didn't expect too many interesting things out of DP2, and we're probably not going to see, especially judging by Dave Burke's comments, we're probably not going to see anything else interesting until we at least get to the betas. Obviously, like, there are a few interesting things here, but I don't think we're going to get big stuff. And if Dave Burke isn't blowing smoke up everyone's butts, as he's been known to do a few times in the past, presumably we're getting bigger stuff coming in the beta, or maybe as late as final release. We'll see, because he made similar promises in the past, and it's a big unknown. But Cecil Don, it's used system-wide and in some third-party apps. If you're talking about the overscroll animation, yeah, it's basically a default of the system, and unless you explicitly replace it, that it's going to be used everywhere that there's a flex box or a scroll view, I believe. Maybe not a scroll view. I'm not sure about that, but at least any of the list style boxes that exist. The ripple animation is also basically default now, but it's more clearly defined how you replace it when you look at the SDK. So if you wanted to use something else, you could. I mean, you could use something else in either case, just saying. It's more clearly defined if you wanted to change how ripple animations work. It's still the same process, but their documentation makes it more direct. So I don't know if that's, let's see, if we go back to the top of this, the most interesting thing was that the 5A has the same code name as the 5A 5G. Yeah, I guess that's probably actually true. I would tend to agree with that. And on that point, actually, okay, yeah, I guess that's one of the few times where the code names are actually interesting, is because it so strongly implies that they're just basically rebranding the phone into the new model, which, good. That's what they should have done to begin with. I still think it was so weird to have come out with the 4A and 4A 5G. Though, if that is true, would that possibly mean that they're just not even going to do a separate 5A? It'll just be a rebrand? That would be such a weird product decision. Weren't some of the leaks implying there were still possible differences, though. I'm not following the leak super closely, so it's kind of hard to recall, but that strikes me as sus. Not if you're planning on ditching Qualcomm. That's fair. Though, I mean, do you think they're ready? Is Google really ready to leave behind Qualcomm, at least for the processor? I'm assuming they'd still have to go to Qualcomm for the modems, but do you think they're really ready to leave behind Qualcomm? Board is the same, but I believe it's a tad bit larger of a device. Okay, but yeah, I'm really. Do you think Google's ready? I really don't know. I don't have any context on this, but to me, I just can't help but wonder what future that has in store. Let's see. What is... Okay, I just saw something odd that I wanted to quickly peek at. Not as interesting or concerning as I was thinking it might be. So probably just an Exynos with a few modifications. I could see that. I wonder if... Actually, okay, hypothetical. What if the modification is that they... Instead of, and I don't know if this is something that they could do easily, but if they're going with their own quote-unquote custom processor as opposed to just like a custom order Exynos processor, and I know that I think you know what I mean when I say this. If they're really customizing it, like actually involved in the process of designing their own processor, but they're using Exynos as a baseline, could they be integrating something like the Pixel Neural Core right into the Exynos core? Or cores? Like maybe it actually lives on the same chip now instead of in a completely separate chip. That would be a lot more interesting. That would make me really, really curious and kind of excited for the possibilities. So, I don't know. That's now something I kind of am curious enough about. Interesting. Why is this not working? Oh, okay. I was typing in one letter wrong and it did something weird. Cool. Okay. Just wanted to check something that... okay. Have to go click on a link to verify that my email address is working correctly. Or that it's actually me. Blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. I can do that later. Alright, anyway, so... yeah, adding it to the SoC would be pretty easy. Adding it to a coprocessor would be much harder. But possibly more worthwhile. And that's kind of what I'm thinking, is that might be a more valuable change. What the fudge? I'm just getting all kinds of weird notifications today. Okay. A new follower notification that is just a very odd name. I'm not gonna point it out or anything, but just very odd. Okay, anyway. So, yeah, I want to know how much Google is doing in that front. I have a feeling that once they ship a processor, as soon as that gets announced, as soon as it happens, once they ship their own quote unquote custom processor, I feel like that's going to be a really interesting event. When we get all the details, I'm looking forward to that, because they're going to be writing a lot of papers about that. I don't think they're necessarily going to share all the details. Actually, I'm sure they won't share all the details that they could, but it'll be so neat to find out what kinds of things they're working on. What did they intend? What are they doing? How are they making a good product out of this? And is it going to actually do anything bigger or more interesting? Because that's still, look, say what you will about Google, and there's plenty to say, but the one thing you've really got to credit them for is it's one of the few companies that can fail to necessarily update a lot of stuff, and they're not necessarily timely with everything, but when they point to something and say, we're gonna change this thing and we're gonna get a lot out of it, that's the weird capabilities that they will, or the ability for them to get a lot out of something simple or small is pretty pronounced. I mean, again, look at Pixel phones, where generally speaking, everyone still thinks, yes, this is probably the best phone for taking pictures, within reason. You know, now it might not be the best phone for taking certain types of pictures. It might not be, it's definitely not the best for video, and there are other factors in here. But generally speaking, it's at least among the top ranks, if not still basically the top. And they're doing that with a sensor that is older than basically every bit of competition. Everybody else is using a newer sensor. And yet Google still stays competitive because, yeah, they did it in software. They found a good software approach to it. A number of years back, they added some tweaks so that sensors on the phone could do like batch data collection and reporting. And the way that they did it, it's not like it was a new technique or anything, but they did more with it right away than other companies had. And so, and granted, yes, they also added the features to Android at large, so it improved in various other ways. But yeah, this is a company that once they get onto a path, they start improving it more and more. And with a processor, if they're doing customizations, it does make me wonder if they'll be able to eventually draw a trajectory where they're getting huge improvements out of what might actually be a relatively low cost. When will Sony cut them off? So, I mean, I don't have any sort of inside loop on this, but I can say Sony is, as a company that makes electronic components, they are so happy to just keep making a product as long as someone wants to keep ordering it. This is not like Qualcomm that says, hey, we've decided we're going to stop making this processor, you're SOL. Or, you know, they might do like last runs or something, but at a certain point, Qualcomm will end a processor line. Intel does the same, and almost every other company kind of has a point where they're happy to say, we're done. We're not making more of this ever again. Sony? Nah, Sony's like, cheers, yo. We will make it if you will buy it. So yeah, I have a feeling Sony would just keep delivering the same image sensor if Google actually wanted to keep using it. Counterpoint, there's got to be a point where Google itself has to be saying, whoa, no, for real, we're done. We've used as much of this thing as we can. Honestly, I'm wondering if they already wanted to move on and maybe they had a contractual obligation to buy so many of them, and they've just decided, you know what, we can go another generation, let's just keep using it, and that way we meet our contractual obligation. Or maybe they get a discount or something if they use so many of them. I don't know, a lot of possibilities, but it's a fun notion that they might just be running out the clock on a contract or something. Come on. This site that is making me do... Yeah, there it is. Okay. This site that's making me do an email verification. Okay, cool. So that's done now. All right, good. Okay, all that looks working as intended. Good. Okay. But yeah, one way or another, they've got to move on from that old image sensor. And Sony has some new, really exciting image sensors, so it's time. You're skeptical of pixel binning, but you would like a little more resolution. So, pixel binning in and of itself, I find it to be a mixed bag. It's one of those things that can be really good and it can be really bad, depending on what you're taking a picture of, the circumstances, the lighting. Pixel binning can actually really improve an image. Sometimes it can really screw up an image. Pixel binning is also very prone to making blurry results or even creating artifacting and weird effects. So yeah, sometimes good, sometimes bad. But what really stands out to me is a little fly needs to be zapped. Anyway, what really stands out to me is the other things you can do with not pixel binning, but an image sensor if you can control each pixel. So this is okay, so I killed one little fly. I think there's another. Okay, anyway, let me look up. Oh, I didn't realize I was even still on that page. Okay, so quad, oops, Bayer sensor, oh, what's the, sure, HDR. Okay, so I've talked about this a little bit in the past. Quad Bayer sensors. They're a very interesting tool. I'm not going to go super far down this rabbit hole, but the neat trick to a Quad Bayer sensor, or one of the neat tricks it can pull off, okay, how to explain this? one of the values of it. You can use it as a high resolution sensor, and so all right, we're looking at this array. This is the quad bear array. So what's kind of neat about this, if you want high resolution, you can just capture everything that is hitting this sensor all at once, drop it into the file for processing. If you decide, however, and this is where it gets really neat. So let's say you're in a low light setting. What you can do is capture basically larger pixels that pixel bin down. So in the scenario you see here, basically it captures all 4 of those red pixels and green pixels and blue pixels in a block, and it pixel bins just those down. That way it removes the noise. That's the whole goal of the quad bear sensor in this use case. Now, where things get really cool, not all sensors can do this. You know what? We're gonna do a little thing here. I'm gonna open photo. Come on, there we go. Actually, I probably should do this in a different app because I think Photoshop takes a while to pick the correct screen. Oops, not that. Where am I looking? Ah, there. But we need to change this to Photoshop. Where's that? Seriously, I hate trying to find Adobe's apps in this list. It's not listed under Photoshop. So does this list need to be refreshed or something? No, it's just stupid. Okay, so we're gonna go to a different editing app to demonstrate this. So Affinity Photo. Let's see if this will work a little better for a screen cap. Okay. Yeah, remind me later. I don't need to... Guys, I'm trying to get in here and do stuff, okay? Sure. Let's just go with the default. Okay, cool. I think that kind of works. Now, to switch over to Affinity Photo. Is it in this list? Not in this list. Come on. What in the world is going on here? There we go. That looks correct. Can I? Sweet. Okay. So we're in Affinity Photo here. And what we're gonna do, let's see, new, I use Affinity Photo so rarely. Okay, let's do another new layer. Okay. Where's our layers panel? View layers, layers, layers. It's got to be in here. Show me the layers. All of this to make such a simple point, but it's a lot easier to be able to draw it or show. Show something. Oh, there it is. I just couldn't see it. Okay, we can get rid of that. And if we... Okay, never mind the fact that these are slightly offset. I don't care enough to... Oh, wait. Is it possible that there's... No. Of course not. Okay, so we're just gonna try our best to line these up and... Oh yeah, it's close enough. Okay. So, what we're gonna do... What you can do with a quad Bayer... Or, you can kind of do with a quad Bayer sensor. You can turn off and on individual pixels, or rather capture individual pixels. So let's see, can we... Oh, that's... How'd that happen? What tool am I on that's doing that? I'm just on the color picker. Why is it... Huh. I'm more than a little adequately confused. Maybe if I... Okay, now I don't know how I did that, but that was a weird settings change. Okay, let me get this back so I can also kind of see comments. Okay. Alright, so now we're kind of there. Photopia, no. Okay, so what we want to do... Actually, I shouldn't have even matched a color. Oh, whoa. Oh, I see what was happening. No. Well, I didn't see exactly what was happening, but... Alright. I think I have the right thing set now. Again, all of this to make a... to demonstrate a really basic point that shouldn't have needed any of this. Okay, if I do this... Really, the fill is not... Blend mode normal. Tolerance, contiguous, current layer. All of these should be right. Oh. Why is it doing this? Okay, Affinity Photo, you're done. You're out. Back to Photoshop. I can fix the weird screen cap issue. I'm done trying to fix stupid stuff. Okay. Okay, we'll slightly adjust out these things. Forgive the fact that I'm about to stick this on an ugly as hell brown background. Okay, and is this... Ah. Nah. We got this. We got this. Okay. Okay, so... Do we still have... Nope. Okay, so what we need to... Oh, wait. Do we? There we go. Okay. And we'll hop into the paint bucket. Okay. And let's create a second one of these. It lines up perfectly because snapping actually works in this app. And we jump back to the paint bucket. Okay, so what you can do with a quad Bayer sensor that supports this, you can turn on and off individual pixels. So for example, let's say you wanted to take an HDR photo. The way that an HDR photo is typically taken is you capture multiple exposures of the same image side by side. So, sorry, sequentially. So you capture one with maybe a shutter speed of, we'll say 1/400th of a second, and the next image you might capture is a shutter speed of 1/800th of a second, and then you might capture another one at like 1/1600th of a second. You'll keep doing different exposures on the same image so that you can capture different light levels. That's how HDR historically has been done. What you can do with a quad Bayer sensor is pick individual pixels and only turn on those pixels for your image. Then when you want to take the full, or what this allows you to do is you capture only these pixels that you're seeing right here, and then in a second exposure that is happening simultaneously, you can then pop over to this one. Wait, did I just mix that up? I did. Almost immediately got that wrong. Okay, so in this one, you also can flip on these pixels simultaneously, but leave them on longer. So you're basically, if we pop back to this layer, pop that on, and let's go lighten. Perfect. Okay. So what you're effectively doing is all of the pixels start by being off. Just pretend they're all black at the moment. And then you pop them both on at the exact same time, and it's like this. And then halfway through the exposure of one, those pixels turn off. They stop collecting anything, and that data gets read out. Meanwhile, these other pixels stay on for an extra however long, and they capture the brighter exposure. So this is a thing a lot of sensors are starting to be able to do, or newer sensors are able to do, which, getting back to the pixel binning topic, high resolution or sensors that support high res capture, they can grab these images in a high resolution, bin them down, and this is supposed to be a trick for getting rid of sensor noise, and in some cases it can be used for sharpening. But as you start getting into some of these other techniques, and using what like quad Bayer sensors are already doing, you're able to not just bin down an image to try to get rid of sensor noise and try to get maybe sharper edges. Instead, what you're actually doing is saying, hey, we can also get different exposure levels. We can collect a brighter image or a darker image by adjusting these things. And then once we have two different exposures of the same image, then we can apply processing and possibly bring back stuff that was hidden in the shadows before. We can possibly capture stuff that was overexposed and actually get detail back out of it. So, I don't know if HDR necessarily translates to everyone, but let's see if there's a usable example. CNET, you may actually have given us the right. I don't know, maybe this is actually a better image. Okay, let's figure out what I'm actually looking at and get back to... Okay. So this is presumably their Amazon Web Service. Why does Amazon Web Services have this? Anyway, here's kind of a sample of what HDR can accomplish, in case you guys aren't already familiar with this. So this standard image over on the left, it's your typical example of a photo that would be taken at night, probably with a sensor that's already capturing very, very dark, or it's set up to take a long exposure. It's capturing the tint with a light on. It looks good. Now here's the thing, you'll notice that in this standard version, the top edges of the tint are all white. Like, they are white. There is no detail left in there. That's because the light is just too bright. Meanwhile, stars off in the distance are basically non-existent. What an HDR image would do is take 3 different exposures of this, or 5, or technically you could go as many as you want. But it would take one very, very long exposure to capture the stars. It would take one sort of medium length exposure that captures the guy in the jacket, the mountains in the background, a few of the other things. And then it would take one really, really short exposure that is the tint. And that way, as you can see over in the HDR photo, you still have detail at the top edges of the tint where it got super bright. And you also have those stars in the sky, which honestly, the stars look so fake, like ridiculously fake. Seriously, yep, that's in the original image. Those stars are garbage. That looks like somebody opened up Microsoft Paint and just dabbed in a bunch of stars. But we don't need to argue about that one. So you'd be able to capture HDR photo faster, but you'd get less data for HDR processing. Okay, so strictly speaking, you are getting less data, but it's redundant data. So the point of pixel binning has always been that you're getting redundant pixels that, let's see, let's go back to... Oh, damn, my Wacom tablet is too far away to really get this. Okay, give me 1 second. Moving stuff in place and switching the view back to... Okay. So... where is our... Can we get a small brush with... Let's see, is this gonna look okay? That works. Okay. So, yeah, it's a super fake sky. Anyway. So, Austin, exactly what you just said. Better for hand motion, moving objects, things like that. So, yeah, talking about the purpose of pixel binning is, and it's kind of wrong in this image because it's showing the quad Bayer sensor, but when you're pixel binning, the idea is all 4 of these pixels are going to be presumably the same or nearly identical. So if you but if you happen to have one pixel that captures a ton of noise, a whole bunch of noise, for whatever reason, maybe it's even a dead pixel, the idea is that it compares all 4 of these pixels, realizes, oh, there's one abnormal one. We don't like that. We think the abnormal pixel is wrong. So instead of trusting what the image sensor says, we're just going to go back in and correct it. Now it's just going to be the same color as these other oops, not that tool, this tool. It's going to be the same. Oops, wait a minute, how's that wrong? Oh, duh, I forgot I changed color. Okay, it'll compare these 3 pixels, realize that they are all similar or identical, and it'll insist that this guy needs to be fixed too. So that's why that's the purpose of pixel binning to some extent. And again, it can also be used for getting sharper edges and a few other things, but more or less this is the focus. Back through that stuff. Okay. And what you just said, and it would be so hard to try to get a good example of this, though there might be. I bet if I went looking through image search, I'd find better examples. But yeah, with HDR, one of the biggest problems is you can have, oh, okay, this isn't a great example. How about there is one very famous example of where HDR is a real pain in the ass. I don't think I'm gonna find it here. In fact, I'm like 99% certain. Oh, you know what? Okay, this isn't the one I was looking for, but I think I might like this one almost as much, or maybe it's better. Okay, so we'll transition that in. Okay, there we go. So this is a perfect example of where HDR is really hard to do with sequential photos. And this one isn't the best example, but it's pretty good. With a setting sun, if for some reason you have to have a longer exposure, even as your slowest exposure, or sorry, even as your fastest exposure, if you had to have an exposure that takes, let's say, 2 seconds on your on your fastest exposure, and your slow exposure might actually have to take, let's say, 16 seconds, the sun will have literally moved in the time of that shot. And not only will the sun have moved, it will change the position of those shadows. So you're going to get these kind of weird faded shadows and weird angles that don't even match where the poles are. So being able to take simultaneous exposures, or mostly simultaneous exposures, would actually allow you to capture this basically as it's actually happening, instead of having different exposures with completely different content in your shot. So, and strictly speaking, if you're talking about, you know, Samsung made a 108 megapixel sensor. Imagine, now you could obviously pixel bin that down to what, 16? Was that right? Maybe it was 12. Whatever it is, you're supposed to be able to pixel bin that down to like practically nothing, and it's supposed to look great, but it doesn't. That's debatable. So, and by the way, yeah, I'm saying turning off pixels. That's not what's actually happening. It's more that they're just not reading them, or they're reading them out before they be done capturing. And there's how they accomplish this is more complicated than just saying turning off pixels. So yeah, don't read too far into the turning off terminology. But yeah, anyway, imagine, like, I described this in the context of turning on and off just like alternating pairs of pixels. But when you've got a sensor that's shooting 108 megapixel, and all those pixels are so small. If you have enough light for it, maybe you don't need to capture just 2 sets. Maybe you could actually use alternating, or not alternating, but you could possibly capture every 3rd line of pixels and break it down even further. There's a lot of different patterns here that you could use to get a lot of good image data and not really lose any appreciable amount of resolution, or really any resolution at all. And you'd be able to capture several different exposures simultaneously. This is something that it's not clear whether or not Google is already doing this, but I know for a fact that they have tested it. I don't know if they've implemented it, but they have tested it. Samsung, I know, was testing it with their 108 megapixel sensor. Sony has demonstrated doing this with a sensor. I don't know if it's in any products yet. And then DJI is actually doing it. In the Air 2, I believe it's the Air 2, they're actually already doing this. Nice brain explosion. Then you think about smartphones not really even capturing an exposure, but using an algorithm of sample points to determine the exposure. Basically, yeah. Among other things, like there's so many different ways that this can be implemented. And so they don't have, one of the problems with camera sensors is you don't have truly instantaneous feedback. You start capturing something, and until you stop recording it, you don't really have hold on. Me. All right, I'm good. Okay, so you think of like, okay, when I'm talking about instantaneous feedback, this actually brings to mind you guys will probably remember this microphone that I still one day intend to cover in some capacity, just maybe not as a review as I had wanted to. This microphone actually has a neat feature to it, and it's not the first to have done this, but it's the first at the price point. It actually can be set up so it captures dual channel audio with one channel being configured at -20 dB. Now, the reason for doing this is if the microphone picks up a really loud sound, what it'll do is it'll just automatically, if a microphone picks up a loud sound, whatever its capture level is, it'll basically just say, whoa, you're clipping. I can't do anything about this. It's already clipped. So you're going to get this staticky, crappy audio that doesn't sound right. It's like having white noise get shoved into the microphone. Now, some microphones can adapt to this. They can turn down their levels, but not till after they've already clipped. And some of them can try to be a little responsive, but they can't do everything. They can't be perfect. They can't literally correct before the damage is done. Cameras are basically the same thing, except a microphone stuff is happening in literally like thousands, it's happening in hertz, and like tens of thousands of hertz. They're capturing way faster than any camera sensor usually is. I mean, technically a camera sensor can capture much faster than they do, but we're not going to get into that. So a microphone has really fast response time. With a camera, you still have to wait at least hundredths of a second for something that is going to be usable in terms of figuring out, if I take a picture now, am I going to be overexposed or underexposed? Making that determination is a lot harder with a camera because your sample rate is just so much slower. But if you could just say, I'm going to take a picture right now, and the camera sensor by default says, all right, we're going to start capturing some of the pixels now, and we'll capture the rest of the pixels after a short delay. Wow, I just clipped my audio. But if you see it, or if you have this thing that is going to capture at 2 different exposures simultaneously, or effectively simultaneously, then you didn't miss the moment of the shot. And more importantly, way more importantly, the camera can now say, yeah, maybe if you had an overexposed section in this photo, the other photo that was taken at exactly the same time using the other set of pixels, it's not going to have that overexposed spot. So it's not self-correcting, but it's covering its ass, so to speak. Like, it is a plan B that always can work. So yeah, you won't necessarily be able to predict ahead of time if you might screw it up, but you can definitely 100% have something that is just a perfect backup plan that will actually always work. And that's the part that makes it cool. That makes it possible to accomplish almost, not almost anything, but it's possible to accomplish more. Okay, so I think it's safe to say warning time on the end of this video, because I'm getting that flimmy voice thing going. But yeah, this would make it so, in theory, you would never have over or underexposed images anymore, because you could just always correct for it. And that alone, or rather, you would always have that backup plan built in. That makes all of this so much better. That gives you possibilities you wouldn't have had before. You won't screw up photos nearly as easily if you have this going for you. Not only that, but again, through HDR, which, by the way, this image that you're looking at right now is very much an HDR image. You can really tell by looking at the clouds. Clouds that have been through HDR processing always look weirdly over textured and almost like they're out of a movie where some godlike being or aliens or something are just about to come down and start ripping people apart or sucking them up into space. But you can also tell it's HDR because if you're pointing at the sun like this, you're not going to get sharp shadows and also get the sun without moving, and also still have almost detail in the sun. Like, obviously there's still a bright white part right in the dead center, but if you're pointed at the sun with a camera, you're not capturing all of this stuff, while also having on the dark side of these poles that are sticking up, you can still see detail in those poles. Maybe not in this image, because this image is low res as hell, but you would still be able to, you can still see some detail. That would not be possible in a regular image. Not even close. Point at the sun, anything that is in this shadow is going to be just, not black, but it's going to be near black. So yeah, that's the capabilities of HDR. And if you're already capturing everything in HDR, that also allows the camera to process as HDR, which, okay, you're capturing half as much resolution, but now you're capturing 2 different versions of the same resolution. So it's like it's not having more data, it's having more useful data. To go back to your earlier question of if you're losing or if you're getting less data for the HDR processing, the thing is, at 108 megapixel, you have room to lose some redundant data if you're getting some completely different data that is useful for making your image even better. It's a very small sacrifice to get something way better. So yeah, that possibility is huge. And so for that reason, circling all back to the original topic of putting in newer, better sensors, the capabilities that could be had by getting these types of images, or by putting newer sensors into phones, especially anything that can do stuff like splitting your pixels for capture. It's huge. You get so much potential out of that. And if Google starts using that, I mean, we kind of know Samsung's going to start using it. And I think if we see, or I'm sure we're going to see all of them doing it eventually, but we're going to see Samsung doing it. We're going to see Google doing it. I'm curious who's going to be first to really seriously implement it. Again, DJI has already started doing this with the Air 2, though I don't think even their system is that fully fleshed out yet. It might be. I know that their HDR shot implementation does something with this, but I'm not sure if they're still using sequential images. They might be, they might not be. It's been too long since I've checked. Oh wait, actually I'm almost certain they are. I think they are still on sequential images. I don't recall for sure. Anyway, I think so. But you know, that's just DJI. Wait till it's everybody, and eventually it will be everybody. This is the type of technology that I think we're not that far away from a really cool potential. But we'll see. Let's see. I'm trying to remember, was there something else that sparked this conversation to circle back on? Oh, and for what it's worth, I am desperately looking forward to the day, and I know it's coming, when these cameras are doing this kind of stuff. Give me a big, huge, proper camera with interchangeable lenses and the whole 9 yards. Give me that with a sensor that can do this stuff. That's my dream. Because holy crap, just walking out into nature and being able to put it into like dual mode, or I don't know, some mode that can capture HDR images with a single shutter click, that's huge. And notably, that would also imply no physical shutter, but that's a separate issue. And at this point, it's also kind of almost like taking video, except doing it a different way. And Sony's sensors, at least for their interchangeable lens cameras, Sony sensors are the best at this. So I'm like, Samsung is using their own sensors now, at least I believe they are. It'll be super interesting to see once Sony gets in on this, because Sony was the first. The price of that camera would be big money. I mean, okay, yes and no. This camera here, like regular retail, if you don't get any discounts on it, this camera here, not counting the lens, though actually I guess this is the kit lens, so counting this lens would probably be about $2,000. If you're talking body alone, I don't actually remember. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Sony's latest consumer targeted camera that is kind of like a pro camera is the A7S III, and that runs, actually wait, I want to say 3600. A7S III. $3,500. My bad. Yeah, I wish I had money. Believe me, I'd love to buy this camera. That's like crazy incredible camera. It's effectively a low light video camera. Anyway, so yeah, when you're starting at a baseline like this, obviously yes, they're going to put out a camera that's going to be really expensive. If it has a feature like this, it's definitely going to be expensive. There's no denying that. But it's not going to be like, it doesn't have to be a $10,000, $20,000 camera. It doesn't have to be the price of a cinema camera to accomplish this stuff. I mean, for what it's worth, most of those cinema cameras, the reason they cost that much is because the sensors are physically larger, not because they have more features. So, and again, DJI already has this in an Air 2. So, Mavic Air 2 is what, 700? 800, sorry. For the, and that's the price of getting just the drone with one battery, controller, stuff like that. Now, granted, it's not as large of a sensor. It's not super fully featured, and it's definitely like custom to DJI's use case, but $800, and they have a drone with a quad Bayer sensor that can do exactly the feature I just described. It's capable of it. Again, I don't know if they're using it, but it's capable. So for $800, they're already selling something that can do this. It doesn't have to be that expensive to put this into cameras. And we're talking about just a mode switch that can say capture two versions of the same image with different exposure times. That's all it's doing. And it's, you know, you're sacrificing half your resolution, but it's worth it. The sales of SLRs are dropping, so the sale factor is against them. I disagree, but in a weird way. So yes, the sales numbers for DSLRs, and more accurately these days mirrorless, because yeah, DSLRs, their sales figures are fucking tanking. But you can also look at actually, out of curiosity, I wonder if this is still the case. Sony camera sales figures, or I guess it's imaging. Okay, I want some actual numbers. This article is going to be kind of wrong because we're talking about 2020, which was such a broken year. Okay, who is... Okay, yeah. So, yep. All right, top line was 2018. The middle line is 2019, and then 2020 is the orange line. And again, 2020, a big part of that is no one was traveling. There's no denying that was a wonky year for it. I mean, you can look to the first couple months before the pandemic hit, and obviously sales figures were very different than they were for the next few months. And then the numbers started spiking back up, which is when people started traveling again. A lot of people started going out and doing work. September also coincidentally was when, I believe, when let's see, A7S3 release date, was it September? Yeah. That expensive camera I just pointed to, the release date was September 2020. I'm just saying, I don't think it's a coincidence that September there was a huge spike in sales. Canon also released a new camera at the same, or about the same time. Both of those cameras did massive numbers. So let's see, yeah, they don't show a breakdown beyond that. Anyway, so yes, it's correct to say that their sales figures are dropping. However, we're getting closer and closer to the point where people who previously would have bought one of these, but it turned around and maybe not this expensive of a camera, but we're getting to the point where a lot of the people who bought one of those in the past but got swayed by smartphones, there aren't as many of those people left. I mean, just realistically speaking, the smartphones are going to steal so many people from cameras. But at this point, I think we're getting almost to that stage where you're not going to sway very many people anymore. Not only that, but there are more and more like vloggers, YouTubers, TikTokers, various others that want higher production quality. They want to use cameras that look better, that behave better. So they're buying these. They're not going to go out and pick up cinema cameras. They're not even picking up like the high-end sort of weird middle of the road between, like, I mean, this is now a very narrow thing to talk about, but stuff like the FX9 and I can't remember Canons anymore. They're not picking up those. They're picking up stuff in like the A7 III range. Not the S3, but the A7 III. That's what I've got here. So, yeah, they're picking up those types of cameras so that they can record videos. And the number of people doing this is increasing. So, yeah, you get a few years out of a camera. Actually, a lot of years if you want. But more and more, like, the number of people is cycling fairly quickly. And a lot of people are picking up cameras. So, yeah, the numbers have dropped, but I think they're going to pick back up. Maybe not in, like, high doses. I don't think it's going to be a sudden sea change where all of a sudden everyone's buying a camera. But it's increasing. Or rather, it'll stay at a steady enough rate to... that's the better way to say it. It'll stay at a steady enough sales rate that you can still have several companies making the products and being profitable. Canon is, I believe, still profitable. Let's see, do we have... Oh, no. Okay. What I originally started looking for was Sony Imaging profits. Let's see, what does this say? Sony makes 192 million more from image sensors than PlayStations. Actually, that's not something I expected to... I did not think that would be true, but that's interesting. And that's talking obviously about image sensors, which they sell as just sensors, not just their cameras. Let's see. Yeah, they're the provider of the sensors to Apple since 2010. They also provide sensors to most of the major camera makers. So Sony itself makes a crap load thanks to being a component business. I wish I could find... Let's see. Okay, here's actually a great quote. For years, image sensors were such a small slice of Sony's business, they were a rounding error, wrote Forbes. In fact, they got lumped in with the other devices, which included batteries and tape recorders. Now Sony's image sensors make a legitimate Sensors are on track to generate 1.92 billion in profits, 10% more than Sony's long-established gaming arm. There you go. Granted, again, this isn't about cameras per se. This is about the sensors. But the mere fact that this is producing such a large amount of money, it's because people are still... It's because people need this stuff. If it comes in the form of a smartphone, that's fine. If it comes in the form of a big physical camera, that's fine too. They're going to keep making both, because a smartphone cannot capture the same images that a camera can. That part is a safe bet. You just, right now at least, unless they start making smartphones with very different physical designs, you still can't get this on a smartphone. You can't put a lens of good quality onto a smartphone that's going to give you the same image characteristics that you can get out of a big proper camera with a big lens and the whole nine. So, okay, that video needed to stop. So yeah, I'm holding to the belief that this is going to be a fairly predictable, reliable future for image sensors. We're going to see more quad bear sensors or variations on that. We're going to see more abilities to like capture multi-exposure images in the same time frame. It will happen. Let's see. Okay. I moved around so many windows I had to start bouncing some things into different places. But I think I probably babbled about this for quite a while. I could be wrong, but I think I've been talking a lot about cameras. So yeah, my hunch is, what even started this topic? How do we get onto this? Because my god, everything always seems to lead back to cameras. Because of, will Sony cut off Google? That was what started the conversation. Will they cut off Google using the same image sensor for so long? I will say, hopefully they do, and hopefully they replace it with something like this. Because we need it. We absolutely need this. Let's be honest. If we can get quad bear sensors or any variation on that, anything that's using a similar strategy, and of course higher resolution sensors like Samsung's crazy 108 megapixel sensor, if we can get these things packed into smartphones and let the smartphones actually process them and work with them and be able to do things bigger than just simply capture a single exposure at a time, this completely opens up the possibilities for a lot of other stuff. And by the way, all of this talk has been about what might happen. Oh, and I remember why I brought up Sony earlier too. Man, there's so many things that I could bring up off of this. It's so many tangents. So one of the things that this camera actually supports is, oh wait, does this? Now I don't actually remember if this one does, but it supports, I believe, what's known as silent shutter. Silent shutter is actually kind of exactly what it sounds like, but more specifically, it disables the physical shutter that's inside the camera and instead just uses an electronic shutter. An electronic shutter is a bullshit term that actually just means it turns off the sensor and reads out instead of slapping down a shutter in front of it. It works really well. It is a thing. I won't go into the whole details of it, but it's the same thing that video recording has been doing for ages. It's just a little bit more technologically advanced, or rather strategically. I don't know. Anyway, so the thing is, all of this technology. Oh, sorry. And the reason it's Sony is because Sony was the first to do this in a consumer level camera. Prior to that, it was all these pro level cinema cameras that might have that feature, but Sony was the first to do the truly silent shutter in a consumer targeted camera that like a wedding photographer might pick up. And in a camera that was under like $6,000. Actually, probably higher than that. The 10,000 was probably the baseline for something like that before. So, and Sony was doing that a good year before its closest competitors matched them. Maybe more than a year. I don't remember for sure. But yeah, that sort of change in the market was really huge. And wedding photographers all kind of famously got really, really like hungry for this feature, because famously, if you're in a quiet setting, like imagine you're taking pictures during the ceremony, the only person talking is the guy presiding over the ceremony and momentarily the bride and groom. You don't want to be the one person back there who you don't want to be the one person in the back of the place or standing next to the bride and groom and all anyone hears is this. Like, that's not good. You don't want that. Tell me, do you want that? You don't. This is awful. I mean, it's a good, satisfying sound, but it's also awful. You don't want this during your wedding ceremony. Gonna be fun deleting all those images later. So yeah, silent shutter suddenly became the new hot thing. Stop wasting film. Thank you, digital, for making life better. So yeah, anyway, silent shutter became immediately popular. Everyone suddenly realized Sony had come up with a thing that like was basically going to change what the market wants. And that same technology that I call it technology when it's literally just turning off the sensor's reading capacity. That same functionality is also part of what makes like multi-exposure quad Bayer technology possible. Instead of turning off the entire sensor all at once instantly, you're turning off individual pixels. So it's different but similar. And okay, and the other quick comment, and I think this will just be the ending point. Imagine I'm just talking about this in the context of shooting stills. Imagine what it's like, or imagine what you can do with video. You could theoretically capture video differently doing this. You could have, in theory, you could capture slow motion and regular speed videos simultaneously. That alone, that is mind-blowing to the possibilities. Because right now, if you're shooting video with a camera, you pick. You either want this in slow motion, in which case you're capturing something that it's going to look bad if you try to put it into a regular timeline at regular speed. So in other words, you're capturing something at, let's say, 120 frames per second. If you throw that into a regular timeline, it's going to look weird because it just has to drop a crap load of frames. And so you got video that kind of stutters. And if you see it, you recognize it. You might have to know to look for it, but once you see it, you definitely recognize it. So you want to capture everything at the speed it's going to be used at, or you specifically want to capture it in high frame rates to use it as slow motion where you intentionally slow it down. It's one of the two, but never both. And that's the choice you have to make. So if you could put your camera into a mode and say, yeah, I want to capture in both speeds at the same time through the same sensor, through the same lens, you'd be able to do it. That's crazy. That is absolutely bonkers for the capabilities. And believe me, there are so many YouTubers that if you even told them that this could someday be a possibility, you're gonna have to clean their pants. And on that very generous creative image, I think that is probably a good parting note. You're gonna have to clean YouTubers' pants. But anyway, yeah, so I think we'll have to finish up right here. This went well beyond the established 15-minute warning, so the world is safe for another week. Let's see, since it's Thursday tonight, I'm going to be working my ass off on that movie post and watching like 3 movie screeners in a row. Tomorrow, movie post. Saturday, I will be back for game stream. Sunday, game stream. Though there is I know I always say this, there's a fair possibility there will be some image editing mixed in there. We'll see what happens. If I gotta take some time, cull through the images. Once I do that, once I cull through images, I'm gonna start editing, and if I can fit that into a good streaming time, I will. If not, we'll see. Anyway, thanks for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being part of the conversation, chatting with me, giving me something to ramble about. I hope to see all of you guys soon. And as always, if you'd like to support the channel, there are links down below to subscribe with Patreon, or drop a tip with the Streamlabs thing. Let's see. Oh, and I still need to put out a freaking Amazon link with my referral code, so maybe even get that means of monetization going, because it'd be good to somehow support this channel. Anyway, so all that said, I think I've actually run out of outro stuff, so good night, everybody.